It looks like we have 185 people on this call, so I don't want to keep us waiting too much longer. So I'd like to call this meeting of the South Burlington School Board to order. We will start with comments from the public regarding items not on the agenda. Are there any? We have one comment or question. It says, I assume non-board district officials, non-presenting participants are unable to share video or audio. Is that correct? I believe that they're unable to share video. If you would like to raise your hand or ask a question by typing one in, we will enable your audio. So Steve Walker, one of our IT professionals, is on site at the middle school with David, and he can allow you to have audio to ask a question or make a comment. I do want to just state some rules. We'll probably state them a couple times during the meeting, just as other people join or leave or come back on. We are going to try to tonight, since we have so many people who will probably want to comment, we're going to try to limit comments to no more than 2 minutes per person, just to make sure that people all feel like they get a chance to speak. We're also going to try to limit folks to one comment, and then if there's time at the end after everyone's had a chance to get a comment or a question in, there may be a chance at the end for a second comment or question, but we want to make sure we get through the list of folks who have their hand raised or who have typed in questions. We'll do our best to answer questions in the order that we receive them. The technology is a little touchy, as we found out last time, about keeping our questions in order. So I apologize in advance if you feel like you've been waiting for a long time. We're doing our best. And so I also just wanted to clarify for folks who haven't been to a lot of board meetings, typically we have a presenter on a particular agenda item, then the board has their discussion and questions and comments, and then we open it up for public question and comment. And then there may be one last round of board discussion before we move on to the next item. So that's how the meeting will flow, just for those who are not used to attending board meetings. And so I'm just looking to see if we have other questions or comments on items that are not on our agenda for tonight.
Bridget, I just want to make a couple of comments that we have here. There's at least one person having trouble logging in. They wanted to know if they could email someone for assistance. I don't know if we can, is the link on the district website?
Yes, it is. It is, and it's a hyperlink. It says click here. So if you go to our main website, you'll see school board meeting, and you can say if you want to join by Zoom, it's right there. The link is embedded. You click on it, it should open up for you.
Okay, and then someone was interested in proposed cuts to extracurricular, that will be a part of the discussion on the agenda. Sorry, Bridget, I'm just responding in case you can't tag team here.
No, I can see it now. I had thought we were disabling chat and keeping everything in Q&A. I now see that we've got chat on. So now that I'm aware of that, I'll make sure to be looking at both. So yes, as Elizabeth said, we will cover any potential cuts during our discussion of the school district budget, which is item 10. We expect to get there around 8 o'clock tonight, but if we move faster through earlier things, we may get there before then.
Great. And then the other, I don't know if Steve, if we are recording this, so and then somebody also asked if we had an opportunity to save the chat, although I think most of the Q&A will be, we have asked at our previous meeting that Q&A kind of be incorporated into an FAQ. So someone asked that. And lastly, there's still some connectivity issues in terms of the district website requesting an authorized account. Yeah, I don't know what that's in reference to.
Be able to try to get back on at some point.
Authorized account means they're trying to log in as an analyst.
Thanks.
And they have to join as an attendee.
Okay. To the folks, anybody who asked that question, did anybody hear that? That was a little quiet. So attendees can see, I believe they can see the questions of other attendees. Is that correct, Steve? But not the chat. The chat is just to, I believe, for panelists. Is that correct?
Answered questions only.
Answered questions only can be seen.
Correct. And chat has been disabled. I don't know
Well, I'm
why.
still seeing chat as a panelist. So somehow there is still some chat that's going on. So I don't know if it's only visible to panelists or not, but there's definitely chat going on.
Yes, it was on initially, now it's off.
Okay. All right. So only questions, and they will only be visible after they've been answered. I don't know that there's a way to, I don't know if we should open that up at all to see if people feel like other people have their questions and are going to ask their questions, whether we should open that up. I don't know if there's a way to do that, Steve.
I didn't hear the question fully.
The question is, one of the folks on the Q&A had asked if other attendees can see the questions or the chat. And I said, no, not the chat. The chat has been disabled, but the questions, it might be helpful if attendees can see the questions of other attendees. Therefore, they might not have to ask their question or wait around. If their question is going to be asked, they might be able to allow someone else to do that, or think of a different question if they're only going to get 2 minutes to speak. Is it possible for people to see the questions of other attendees?
Only if they're answered questions. If we type a question and a response to the question and we make it live, then they will be able to see that. We can make it private or public.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just reading through our questions to make sure. I believe that Annie Loop has a comment or a question that she would like to make on this agenda item, items not on the agenda. So can you unmute her audio?
He's doing that now.
What is it? I'm sorry.
Annie Loop, can you let her ask a question? Loop. Mm-hmm.
It's Leupp.
Oh, very tough. He's allowed now. Her mic is off though.
Annie, you need to unmute.
Yeah, hi there. Good evening. I didn't wish to make a comment until item number 10, so I'm sorry if I interrupted.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Moving right along then. Justin Palmer asks if any questions have been answered. I don't see any Q&A, as we just said. There will only be questions that have been answered that will be visible. So I think Steve will be moving to the answered live section, the questions that have been answered. But we are not going to be typing answers during the meeting. We will just be running this as the verbal board meeting, as we have in the past. If someone doesn't want to read their question, I can certainly read it for them, but we're not going to be typing answers. There's no extra staff to be typing live answers as we're going through the meeting. So we'll just talk through questions. And then there's another question, or another comment about it would be helpful to see all questions. And yet another question about why Q&A is not visible to everyone, just the answered questions.
Just the way that was set up.
Okay. But is there a way to change that at this stage now that the meeting is going? Because it's just a little bit challenging for folks who might have a similar question to someone else. If someone else is going to ask it, it might help the meeting move along. If someone else has got that question already in the queue, they may not feel like they need to raise their hand or type in another question for us to sort through.
Yeah, we're going to try to open that up so that can happen, Bridget.
Okay. All right. We will move along then, unless anyone has any other comments on items not on the agenda. Nope. Okay. Excellent. So the next agenda item is any amendments to the agenda.
Yes, we're going to take off item 11, Bridget. Not because it's not important, but we were waiting for some legal advisement on that one. So that one can be removed for tonight.
Okay. I'll remove that one from my list too. All right. Item number 5, announcements, student representative report. Do we have any of our students on?
Yes.
Do they have announcements tonight or not?
Cole or Delaney, are you on?
We may have to unmute them.
Cole.
I can.
We're doing that.
Who is it?
No? Yeah, he has to go through the 180, just find them. Sorry, guys.
How they're logged in, I do not.
Yeah, W. Patno. Yep.
Wayne.
W. Patno. Cole Patno. I see him. He's got his hand raised.
Go ahead and just right click on him and see if you can unmute. He's got his hand raised.
He's got his hand raised.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Cole.
Cole, we still can't hear you. If you can hear us.
That was her fault,
It's all.
but I let it.
Okay, we're gonna have to move along. David, do you have any announcements?
Hear me?
Now we can hear you. Yep, now we can hear you, Cole.
Delaney's also on,
Okay.
and we
Enduring
originally
hardship.
planned on splitting up announcements, but if it'll be too hard, we can, I guess, read hers for her. It won't be as, good, but I'll try. So we have a few quick things. This is the second week of online learning, and things have somewhat started.
Some way you can tell how long this is. They're limiting everything to 2 minutes.
Hey, Steve, can you mute Annie Loop, please?
How long it took?
Steve, can you mute Annie?
Yes,
Loop,
we're doing
please?
that.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. All right, Cole, sorry. Could you start again? I'm so sorry about that.
Yep, that's okay. So this is the second week of online learning, and things have started to somewhat have a flow. Some classes are being held asynchronously, while others are holding Zoom meetings as check-ins, or they might entirely conduct classes as they normally would, just on Zoom. It's also good to note that clubs such as Student Council have moved to Zoom to continue meetings so that we are continuing to work. And
Right,
then,
cool. I'm able to speak now.
oh, good.
Okay. So my announcements were just a lot of students that I've talked to still feel kind of confused about what's happening with the end of the year and how tests will be graded and final wrapping up of the school year grade-wise. And recently at the high school, guidance counselors, teachers, and librarians have been reaching out to students. I've heard from students that these messages have been greatly appreciated. And getting an individualized email or NEO message has been especially heartwarming.
Great. David, do we have, will we cover under COVID-19 update later on anything that the students might want to know about end of year issues like testing and graduation, all that, or will we not be ready for that at this
We
point?
will not be ready for that again. Guidance continues to come out. I'll cover some of that, but
Okay.
we're basically waiting guidance on all of the kind of the year end. We're about to transition into continuance of learning, which will have a little bit of a change, but we still don't know a lot about our year, the graduation, standardized assessments, et cetera.
Cole, were there additional announcements?
Delaney and I have something regarding the budget, but we'll wait for that for later.
Okay. All right. David, were there announcements other than the student announcements?
No, I think they did a good job. I think throughout the district, I think, those same sentiments are echoed, teachers and staff across the district have been working hard and trying to reach out and do as much as we possibly can to keep students engaged in some learning and also letting them know that we care about them and we miss them. And so it's been hard on a lot of people, but again, the students are doing a great job. staff are doing a great job as well.
Want to share the announcement you shared with the board previously or not? I don't know if it's appropriate to do that, or I don't know. Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to share that announcement with everyone.
Yeah, specifically about the voting, Bridget? you mean?
No, it was about a staff issue.
Gotta
Didn't know if
remember.
you, it was about one of our Rick Marcotte staff.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much, yes. Yeah, so many of you probably did know Beth White, and again, I thought it would be a nice opportunity to just take pause. And Beth White passed away, longtime employee at Rick Marcotte. Support staff, love kids. In the last couple of years, she became a grandmother and battled cancer. And we found out yesterday that she passed away. So we just want to let people know that that happened. And we're sad for her family and her children, grandchildren.
Okay. Anything else to report, David, before we move on with the agenda?
No,
Okay.
Bridget.
Item number 6, city and school collaboration.
I've had some collaboration with the city clerk's office around voting, and there's been a fair amount of guidance coming out of the Secretary of State's office about, kind of timing, open meeting law, and voting. And so we're trying to dig through that. I need to get some additional clarity from the city and Donna, the clerk, and find out where things are and how we want to move forward with related to our upcoming vote in May. So we'll be working on that, and I'll keep the board updated on where we are with that.
Excellent. Any thoughts from the board on city-school collaboration before we move on?
David, do we have a next meeting scheduled and any plan to conduct that by Zoom of the leadership team?
That's that's with Kevin and you and myself
Yeah.
and Helen. Yeah. No, I haven't reached back out to Kevin. I'll do that and to get back on schedule and see if we can get it scheduled by Zoom, which I think they'll be open to do
I
that.
think it'd be good to get another day on the calendar pretty quickly, because we are learning a lot as we go, notably about voting and other processes too.
Yeah, will do.
Thanks.
Okay, moving along. Item number 7 on the agenda, superintendent's report.
So I have 2 items here, one which is on current and projected enrollments, and I'm going to let that one be communicated in item 8 or in item 10 under the budget, because we'll be toggling back and forth between information that we think is relevant for folks to be able to see, and one of those is our current enrollment and our projected enrollment. And so you'll be able to see kind of where we are there with that. But the COVID-19 current situation, obviously, I think everybody continues to be updated in the state of Vermont pretty regularly, either by the governor or through the news. We, as a school system, are trying to navigate what our kind of 3 directives are. And those 3 directives are to have some level of continuation of education, and to be able to do that in a way that supports student learning. Second is to make sure students are being fed, and that we're providing transportation to get them the food that they need. So, and then thirdly is to provide childcare to essential workers. So currently all 3 of those are in play in our district, serving over 2,600 students. We've got staff that are preparing, I think, close to 800 either breakfasts or lunches and distributing those on a daily basis, putting out information packets to students once a week. And we're soon to try to transition to more of online opportunities as we try to comply with some of the restrictions that are out there. Again, my great appreciation to, this is always dangerous because I mentioned people, I miss some people, but certainly to the administrators, most are online here tonight, but they're putting in hours and trying to figure out education without kids in the buildings, and the emotions that go along with it. We love kids, and that's why we came into the profession. We want to see those interactions, and you know, we're sad for the kids and we're sad for our staff, but certainly the administrators, the teachers, the support staff, our transportation, our HR people, our food service, our administrative assistants, our IT people, you know, the list goes on and on and on. And we're just really, people are stepping up. They're doing some innovative things, as we heard from Cole or Delaney, about just making those little extra efforts to make connections. As far as where we go from here, again, we're taking guidance on a daily basis. We're getting updates from either the Secretary of Education or the governor, and trying to figure out how we continue to move forward. It's our hope and dream that this can end, and maybe there can be an opportunity to come back. But right now, as you know, the governor declared our schools would not be back in session for the remainder of the year. That being said, does not mean that he can't change that to bring us back, depending on what the current situation is. There's many other things that are going on, but we're trying to, again, we've got so many of our folks, you know, busy at all hours of the day, putting in time to make these connections, make the phone calls, prep the food, transport the food. I mean, so it's been a logistical challenge for all of us, and I think even including what we're doing right now is Zoom meetings to have an effective purpose and opportunity to keep people engaged and make connections. So again, that's a brief update on the COVID-19, Bridget.
Can I ask a couple of quick questions about that? One, I've had a question from parents about using Zoom more than we are, especially with elementary kids. I understand there's some concerns about privacy with kids who are under 13. I know a lot of kids who are under 13 are using it for play dates and that kind of human connection. But I've had a couple of questions from parents about whether we could be using that more effectively if we were to get consent from parents or some other form of making sure we were covering those bases with regard to privacy. Just in terms of connecting students in classes with their other classmates or with their teachers, and sort of doing more online learning through those, either Zoom or some other kind of platform. That was one question. And then the other question is, I also had a complaint actually from a community member that about social distancing or lack thereof on school facilities. Particularly, this person noted that there had been it almost looked like a lacrosse practice on our turf field with a great number of kids, teenagers working on lacrosse in a very organized way. And so I don't know what we've done, not just at the high school, but at other places of kind of making sure people know the rules about social distancing and use of our facilities or not use of our facilities. So for example, the playground equipment, I know the Parks and Rec department has closed playgrounds that they are overseeing. And, you know, technically, I think ours are supposed to be closed as well. I don't know what we've done in terms of signage or in terms of making it clear to folks that they are not really supposed to be using our facilities right now while we're all supposed to be distancing from one another. So those were my two sort of questions about COVID-19.
Yeah, so let me first just do the social distancing, and then I'm going to ask Mike Martin, who's on, he's our Director of Learning, to just give a little bit of an update on where we are related to our progression into what we're going to be calling continuance of learning. He'll address a little bit of that in Zoom in just a second. So if you can make sure Mike has access in just a second. The social distancing, absolutely. We're trying to abide by all of the rules and guidance. And I think the South Burlington City and Rec Department particularly are trying to figure out how best to do that. For us, you know, we have been, for lack of better words, policing our fields. We certainly understand and are happy to have singletons out, you know, using the track. But obviously, when there becomes a large population of folks coming, again, we've been very clear through Patrick Burke and the activities director Mike Jabord say, no, you're not to be doing any practices. And so that has been explicitly shared in that way. Again, I don't know particularly the students that the caller's talking about, but we're continuing to kind of make sure that is followed. And we've made calls to our own South Burlington Police Department to assist us in those times when we see that. But again, I don't know exactly what the caller may or the person writing the question is in there, but we're paying attention to it. We think it's important and we want to follow those guidelines. So Mike, I don't know, Mike Martin, are you on and can talk a little bit about continuance of learning briefly here because we want to get the meeting going. But yeah, Mike.
Sure. Thank you, David. So as most of you know, most of the districts around the state have been taking these 2 weeks up to April 6th to either do what they're calling phase 1 or maintenance of learning. We've been referring to continuity of learning all along, but basically what we're trying to do is make sure that we get all of our students' basic needs met. So starting with meals, internet access, and devices. And also the high school has put out an excellent family handbook that will soon be coming out for the mid-level and elementary parents as well. Sort of a quick reference guide to continuity of learning in the weeks and months to come. So I think the question was around video conferencing, especially with younger students. And Bridget had that correct, that it's actually under 13. You're supposed to be 13 years of age to use Zoom and to have an account. So we've been doing some research on Google Hangouts, on Zoom. Many of our teachers have been experimenting with that. And of course, as an admin team, we've been doing that too. And so we just want to make sure that we have privacy concerns addressed, that we have parent permission forms in place, and that also that we're using our tools with purpose. So brand new guidance from the state has made clear that there's an expectation for us to connect with every student every day. So at this point, and like I said, like David said, we're still working to get some of this communication out to our schools and our families. But the idea is we think it would be most effective to use, and I think maybe Bridget was alluding to this, video conferencing as a way to stay connected for that social connection that we're all missing so much right now. So that could be, for example, morning meeting, that could be an advisory check-in, and then trying to use flipped classroom techniques for the direct instruction. So as Cole and Delaney mentioned, some of that synchronous learning where it's kind of, we're doing a traditional class just online. We're trying to move away from that so that we have more flexibility to parents. So more details coming, but that's the basic broad strokes. We're working very hard to get that in place so that we can leverage that tool in a safe way that honors families' privacy and also provides for that social connection that we're really missing right now.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you. Any other board questions about COVID-19 before David moves on to the rest of his superintendent's report?
I have a quick question. David, will there be an expectation? I know a lot of this has been somewhat on the fly with a lot of input from different agencies and so forth. Will there be any kind of a comprehensive document given the governor's direction to close schools for the rest of the year, or to families, to the community, to the board around, I think we alluded to it in the beginning of this conversation, of what expectations should look like. And, again, I don't think I'm less concerned about the criteria for restarting things, but just because there's a host of folks, notably our seniors, who are having a completely different experience right now. Will there be anything like that coming out, or do you anticipate it's going to have to be a little bit as we go along?
No, I think, Elizabeth, there is going to be guidance. Mike alluded to a little bit of that. And certainly we expect to get some specific guidance on like end of the year expectations, graduation components, how that may unfold. And I think there's a general desire, of course, across the district. And again, I'm part of the Champlain Valley, or we are, and we're certain things currently, like April break is coming up, and how we all kind of consistently follow that, and how do we come to the end of the year in some similar fashion as we continue to do this work. And so a lot of guidance coming out. So the answer to that is yes, but not yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, and we have one hand raised. W43, Steve, could you unmute that person in the attendees list?
Yes, he's doing that.
Okay.
They're unmuted.
Okay. Okay, Bridget.
Okay, W43, I don't know your name because you're listed as W43 on our participant list. Do you have a question? And they still look like they're muted to me. I don't know.
They are muted themselves.
They've muted themselves. Okay. Okay, can you unmute yourself, W43? Okay, I think we need to move along, David, to the next part of your report.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm
Right.
sorry. We just got Trisha Gustafson just raised her hand. Trisha, do you have a question? And Steve, can you unmute her?
She's allowed to talk.
Okay,
Yeah.
Trisha? Trisha, we can't hear you. If you can hear us, can you unmute yourself? Okay, I think we're really struggling with, I think there's a two-part thing that everyone needs to understand
Correct.
when we ask, when someone asks a question, I need to ask Steve Walker, who is running the technical part of our meeting, to unmute them from our end. And then everyone who wants to ask a question needs to unmute from their end as well. So Trisha, it looks to me like you are unmuted. As far as my computer's telling me, can you ask your question?
Bridget, this is Brian. I will say that my 14-year-old son just came upstairs and said that as a participant, he's logged in. There isn't a way to unmute himself. I don't know if this is a fault in the software or if it's my 14-year-old's misunderstanding, but people may be having difficulty.
Yeah, it seems like we're having particular difficulty with phone call-in listeners. And I don't know, we haven't really tried too much in terms of asking questions of folks who are on the computer with audio, but it seems like we had trouble with poll originally. I don't know what to tell folks because I really want them to be able to ask questions. I don't know if there's a way for them to get on the computer and log in and type their questions. But it seems like we're having particular difficulty with folks who are only on the phone.
Can you read the question maybe, Bridget?
Bridget, I am showing some questions that people have asked.
No, I am too, but I'm saying these specific people that have their hands raised right now, I do not, because those are folks, I mean, we've answered most of the questions that are there or there for later agenda items that are in the Q&A right now. But the folks who are on, there's a list of 10 people who are phone call-in listeners only, and they haven't seemed to be able to actually answer questions or ask questions audibly. Marcy from RATN is saying to all panelists on the chat, you have to be a panelist in order to speak. Attendees cannot unmute themselves. Last time round, we did manage to unmute attendees, and then they had to unmute on their own computer or device and then be able to speak.
We were able to do that with Delaney and Cole, so I think that function still works.
Yeah, what happens is they're off until I allow them to speak. And then in the bottom left corner, they have to unmute their mic and then they're able to speak. But until that point, then we can, only that person can speak at that point. So if they can't at that point, there may be a problem with their computer mic or some other reason why they can't connect. There's a Zoom, you go to support.zoom.us. They have lots of help that they can walk them through that, how to test and check that.
Yeah, the struggle is, Steve, I think that most of these people that we're having trouble with at the moment, that I'm seeing with hands raised having trouble, are folks who are call-in listeners only. So they're not on the computer. They don't have a way on the computer at the moment to change different aspects of what they're doing. So there seems to be some kind of issue with allowing folks who are only listening to also speak.
I also had a participant just text me that she's on a Chromebook and can't find the unmute button either. So it's not just telephones.
Okay.
Okay, I know like with several other people, you have to allow Zoom to actually have access to the mic. It's a security feature on your device that you own. It has nothing to do with Zoom. It's just more of the device they're using. So that could be a piece. That's what I'm saying. If people are having individual issues, instead of troubleshooting that here during the meeting, I would recommend them to go to the Zoom site and troubleshoot that there and work that out and then connect later on.
I think while we do this, I think Tricia has a question, and I think maybe we can read it and can we respond? I can't see the question, but can you, Bridget, see the question and read it? And
this is my point, is that Tricia
Okay.
is one of the, okay, I see it. I think I
Yep.
fixed Mike. Can you try now? She says. Yep.
Who is it?
Tricia Gustafson.
yeah, it's her device. Gustafson.
Just a second, sorry, I was trying to get a link for everybody.
So
Try now.
if you are, let me, before Tricia, yes,
There,
Tricia.
now we can hear Tricia.
Star
Yep.
6. So
Okay.
Bridget, before Tricia starts, the people, when we get to back to the callers, in order to unmute those that are on the phone, they need to do *6 to unmute and then *6 to mute again.
Okay.
That may be the problem for the people that are calling in.
Okay.
So get
That's
back to you
helpful.
for Tricia, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, we didn't have the mic plugged in correctly. So my question was for Mike, is that, I don't know if I misunderstood your comment. Did you say that there was a state or a district expectation that the kids were going to be, all students were going to be checked in with every day?
Mike?
That's my question. And I mean, personally, my child likes the independence, likes to be, just given the work and do it and, not necessarily have to Zoom every single day.
Yeah.
I would rather be in the class, but doing Zoom every day is not really serving a need. And it's not happening right now, but I thought he said that there's an expectation that kids would be connected with every day.
Yeah, so again, Mike, if he's on, but let me just be quick, Tricia. So the expectation is yes. I mean, as we move, as Mike said, to the continuance of learning, more of a progression, we do want to make sure we're checking in. And I think there's some level of independence, particularly with the students in the high school, where that can flex a little bit. But we have a lot of kids that we want to make sure we're checking in on, and they're doing the things they need to be doing. And we're relationally checking in with them on an ongoing basis. And we think that's really important. And we think it's important, from a variety of standpoints. So
Thanks.
that is the expectation. Mike, are you on now?
Yeah. I was waiting to be recognized. Thank you, Tricia, for the call for clarification. The state guidance is very clear that for all of our students, we should have a daily check-in, that we should check in with every single one of our students every day. What that check-in means is up to us to get in place. And so, for example, my understanding is at the high school for right now, the advisories are using Zoom, sometimes maybe Google Chat, maybe phone calls. They're using different channels to connect with students. But I think I'm hearing Tricia speak to the need for flexibility with families, that families are juggling a lot right now. And so I think that that's the balancing act that we're engaging in, where we want to make sure that we stay connected with our students, and that we're supporting them and we're supporting families. And so I think that's going to be the social connection part. And then as much as possible, using flipped classroom techniques and other asynchronous types of instructional activities to give families that flexibility, so that they don't have we're not trying to replicate the school day through synchronous meeting times throughout the day. So I appreciate your question and comment, and Tricia, feel free to send me an email to follow up after this meeting.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, I will.
Okay, David, we have a few more questions. If people don't mind, I'll go ahead and read them just so we can move things along a little faster. If you don't, if you have something else to add, go ahead and keep your hand up and we'll call on you after we read your question. But I think it might just move us along a little faster if I read what's written, if someone has written something. So Melissa O'Brien asks, how come spring sports have not yet been canceled when school has been canceled for the remainder of the year? The kids don't know if they should be practicing and prep for the season. Please explain.
So we, again, through the Vermont Principals Association, obviously, there's no sports that are currently going on. At the present time, we do feel like it's important for kids to have opportunities to exercise and work on their fitness. So we are allowing kids and coaches to collaborate on what they could do. If you're a track athlete, what you can do to stay in shape or get in shape or do the things that you need to do. We recognize that we aren't going to be able to, emulate, the things that you might do on the tennis court or on the lacrosse field or things of that nature. But absolutely, that's in play. And I think most importantly, we're waiting for guidance specifically from the Vermont Principals Association, which is soon to do that. But we do not have kids practicing, as I said earlier. We do have kids participating and doing some things on their own just to stay in shape through coordination with their coaches.
Have a sense of when coaches will be able to tell them whether the season is going to be canceled or not canceled? No.
All based on the VPA, and we think we will know more about around April 30th.
All right, Melissa, did that answer your question? If so, can you take your hand down? If not, leave it up, and we'll circle back around because we have a couple more questions on this issue. Okay. And then Sarah Pineda asks, if a Zoom link is sent to a parent's email with an option to join or not, why should privacy be an issue? Can't accepting the invitation for the meeting be permission enough?
I think what Mike's going to tell you, again, same thing. We're working on refining some guidance. We're trying to be cautious before we go, quickly forward. And we're trying to comply with the Zoom requirements that you heard Mike talk about for 14 and under. And so we're going to work through those things. And that's just kind of where we are. We're trying to make sure that we do the things that need to happen.
Okay. And Nasheen Ozair asks, are there ideas put forth for seniors 2020 graduation? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there ideas put forth for seniors 2020 graduation? Thank you.
Not that I know of. Again, we're waiting for guidance specifically to that as well.
Okay. And then I see Christy Fay has her hand raised. I don't see a written question from her. So can you unmute Christy, Steve? And Christy, can you unmute yourself so you can ask that question? Christy Fay, F-A-Y.
Have her hand raised?
Yes, she has her hand raised.
Yep. Good.
She's unmuted.
Okay.
If it's useful, Bridget, I also heard from that same person who texted me earlier that you can hit Alt-A on your computer keyboard to unmute.
Okay.
I haven't tried it myself, but that's what I hear.
Okay. Christy, do you want to try Alt-A on your computer keyboard or *6 if you're on your phone to unmute?
And we're seeing a lot of input on spacebar as well. Hold the spacebar down to unmute.
Okay. Yeah, Christy, we still can't hear you. We're going to have to move on to the other part of the superintendent's report, I believe. Unless
Bridget, I think one of the things that's important, if people, do have questions, I think it's going to happen tonight, and we're sorry that we aren't all together. But I think if people have questions that they really want to get answered, then we absolutely want to hear from them. And they can certainly email us, right? They can email school board members. They can send their email to me, and we'll do our very best to respond to their questions.
Okay. Excellent. All right. So we'll move on to the last part of the superintendent's report, current and projected enrollment.
So I'm going to cover that, Bridget. I think just in the fairness of time, I'm going to cover that, I think, intertwined within the budget process. Okay.
Okay. Okay. And then item 8, South Burlington School District academic calendar revision action.
So sorry about this, board members. We had this on the 26th. Everything pretty much stands true. We overcounted a day of school, so we needed to find a day where we could be off. And so the change on your calendar that I'm proposing is on October 9th. October 9th would be a no school day now, which was an early release, late start, and it will go to the 23rd early release, late start, elementary early release, yes. So that's the only change to that particular calendar, and the reason is I had 21 days in there instead of 20. Put me over, okay?
Okay.
So I would like to take a motion on that just for that change.
Do I have a motion to approve the revision to the 2020-2021 academic calendar?
Brian here, so moved.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Should we raise our hands or do we need to do roll call because we're on the phone? If we're video, can we do it just by a show of hands or do we need to do roll call like we did for votes?
You got
last
Alex on by phone, so I think you need to do a voice call.
I see him now. He's on
Okay.
video now.
I'm
Yeah.
right here, David. Hello, and I say aye to the motion.
Okay. Okay.
Says Martin.
All in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Okay. So the motion passes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 9, allowable tuition rate reconciliation for fiscal year ending June 30, 2019. And this is warned for action as well.
This actually was before the board last time as well. We had a few clarifying questions. Those have been answered, I think, consistent with what was previously shared. The way in which we're accounting and or billing for tuition is absolutely appropriate and in part and follows the statutory requirements. So that report is in fact accurate. Amity, anything else you wanted to add to that?
No, we did reach out to other districts and they said they do the same as what we are doing. If they're over the 3%, they bill up to that allowable 10%.
Great. Thank you.
So do I have a motion to approve the allowable tuition rate for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2019?
I'd like to make that motion.
And I'll second that, Brian.
All in favor?
Bridget,
Aye.
Bridget, can we clarify discussion?
Sure.
I just want to clarify what the recommendation was again for
Yes,
allowable tuition.
Do we have
ahead,
it?
Anna.
Do we have it in the in a shareable document that we can? It is up on the shareable document.
It is
I
up
see
on
now
the
behind
screen.
The screen. Yep. Sorry.
Yeah, and it is consistent. It's exactly the same as what you saw
Saw
at the
last
March
week.
25th meeting. Yes. And so the calculation is there. You saw the 3% and then the addition up to the 10% is what you see there.
I'm not seeing that, David. Sorry.
If you take people down, if you minimize your the people, you should be able to see the shared document that Amity's got up.
Usually I get it in the corner, so hold on. I'll try to find it. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. All right.
Did you have,
Thank you.
okay. Did you have
Got
any
it.
more questions, Elizabeth?
No.
All right, so I have a motion. Did I have a second before Elizabeth asked her question or not?
Yes, I did second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and the motion passes. Okay, we are on to item 10. Consider the fiscal year 2021 school district budget. And again, tonight is just discussion. It's not one for action, but this will be probably the bulk of the discussion. I just did want to remind folks before we jumped in that this will flow, that administration will make a presentation to the board about a further revised budget and some other supporting documents. The board will ask some questions and make some comments, and then we will open it up for questions from the public. Again, we're going to try to limit each person to 2 minutes so we can continue to move the meeting along. If there is time at the end of that first round of questions for an additional question, we will do our very best to try to get people in if they have a second question. If not, as always, the board is available by email and by phone with further questions and comments. And we have another meeting warned for Monday, April 6th via Zoom to take action on the budget. So there is still more opportunity to continue to discuss the budget if your question isn't answered tonight. And so with that, I will open it up to David and the administration.
Thank you, Bridget.
Yeah.
So as Bridget said, we're going to walk you through pretty quickly a little brief history of where we are, because again, likely all the folks on are not necessarily aware. Before I start this, I do just want to take pause and go back to the calendar just for a second, because one of the things that we've heard, and we wanted to recognize, particularly during this period of time, we definitely heard the community, and it's a striking balance between late starts and early dismissals. We definitely know that has been a hardship for some. It's been a very, very valuable professional development opportunity for us to have frequent either late starts or early dismissals. But we dropped 7 days so that we could be, again, more sensitive to the community, particularly on a going forward basis when we know next year instructional time is going to be very, very important. So again, I just wanted to, with a quick backdrop, recognize that was an important component, although not monetary, but certainly one that walks into the flow of our next year, both calendar and budget. So first slide that you can see is what went before the community on the voting day, and it did represent a overall expenditure budget of 7.96 and a tax rate of 11.22. Those are both highlighted in yellow red there with the red lettering. And up on the right-hand corner, you also see the property yield, which is set by the state, and the common level of appraisal. And you can see those factors that were previously went there. And so those were, you can see, particularly the CLA, which I've commented about a fair amount. You see that near 4% less. Equalized pupils, you can see again, our numbers are rising. And again, that we don't get all of those numbers all in 1 year. It's a 2-year rolling average. So this is a pretty common sheet that the board has seen over the years, and we have used it. But again, this is the budget workshop, we call it. Next is what was actually within that. So these were some of the things that we had within it that went forward. We had classroom teachers that dealt with increasing enrollment at Rick Marcotte, classroom teacher at Chamberlain, some guidance support at Orchard, again, based on increasing enrollments, safety positions to help secure all of our 5 buildings, some added support at the high school, nurse liaison, et cetera. So again, I don't necessarily want to go, again, I think you can read those. Again, in the spirit of some time here, we'll go on to the next. We then, obviously through feedback from the board and some of the community, that was still a concern. So we lowered that to 6.80 on the expenditure side. We took out, which you'll see here in just a second, and lowered the tax rate to 9.74. Again, those right-hand factors do not change. Those are static rates that work into the budget. Some of the items that we then further reduced to get it down there was we took out the notification and staff, additional staff retirements, I should say. We took out some mobile safety software to make immediate announcements if we needed to. Campus safety positions, 2 came out. We had some transfer from the general fund to nutrition services, athletic events, and then supply expenses for 600, additional 1,000 came up with that. Also, I'll note here on the right is we are trying to just, keep the board abreast to kind of where we are with FTE. And again, you heard me talk about safety and security positions. Those are things that, have added as an example over time. So you see it adopted, actual, and then proposed. Go ahead to the next. Yeah. So I'm going to let Amity Denton kind of walk through this, but I think it's important for us to note, I think Bridget may pipe in on occasion, or Gary or myself, but we wanted to recognize that we did get, thorough review by some community members around areas and suggestions to make reductions. And again, we appreciate the feedback. Perhaps as we move along into the year's future, budget advisory folks, this is what we're looking for people to provide input and suggestions. But I want to let Amity go through and give you kind of that we looked at these and we've considered, obviously, and we'll get into that in just a moment. So Amity?
Thank you. So the question about reducing the annual spending on computers, the recommendation from the community was, maybe we could reduce that by half and consider extending or deferring some replacement. And so our response to that was that we operate our one-to-one laptop program for students and have for many years. And the spending on the computers reflects contracts with service providers to lease and maintain these computers, as well as the infrastructure that supports them. Changing the level of spending in a significant way would require a policy change to move away from the one-to-one program. And this would create inequity between children whose families can afford computers and those who cannot, and would significantly change the way that we are delivering education in our district. The fact that we have enough laptops for all children in the system has allowed the district to maintain distance learning in the face of the COVID-19 crisis. But in support of this look at our budget, we went back to our director of IT and had him look into a possibility of other ways to recognize some savings that would not go away from or reduce the one-to-one program. And he was able to maintain that we could lease purchase Chromebooks in place of laptops as our replacement cycle continuing. Whereas at the high school, they've been using the Dell laptops. They now can utilize Chromebooks, which does allow us to find savings, not as significant each year, but it's a year-to-year saving. So we did, you will see that coming up in our next slide, a reduction in that area for the laptops to be starting to be replaced with Chromebooks for the upper level grade.
And Amity and David, do you want us to ask questions here about those kinds of things? Because I had some questions about, for example, what the impact is of switching to Chromebooks. Is there a different functionality? I'm not computer savvy enough, having only really used laptops, about Chromebooks, whether that changes what we're doing in the classroom. Is now the appropriate time to ask those sorts of questions, or do you want us to do that later on when we're going through the budget potential decreases in more detail?
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be the best person to answer that question. So maybe if Mike Martin wants to chime in at this point, he might. Why
don't we do that later on then? Why don't we let you get through all of the community suggestions, and then when we get to sort of deeper into the add or not add or take away or not take away discussion later on, why don't we get into it a little more detailed then? Sorry to interrupt you, Amity.
That's totally okay. So the next section that was looked at is supplies and materials, and the recommendation of maybe trying to operate at a flat rate of what we spent in FY19. And so I just wanted to bring about the fact that that group of accounts of supplies and materials does consist of a lot of other lines, not just supplies for the classrooms or office supplies. It also represents fuel for our buses, software maintenance agreements, and even software purchases. And so the cost of software and the maintenance agreements make up 37% of that increase of $300,365 over the FY19 spending. And those increases continue our educational model with our one-to-one program, and to also maintain all of the district's administrative functions, such as our accounting software, our student information system. So we've made further reductions in the supply lines where possible, and we did that at our last budget reiteration on March 25th. So we do continue to try to keep the supply part down to a very minimum increase, but the software and the maintenance agreements are somewhat out of the control as those annual agreements continue to climb for each of those softwares that we have that are educational mostly, but then also our accounting and student information and systems. Oops, sorry. So the conference and professional development areas reflect an increase and possibly coming back down to the FY19 rates. And our education is consistently changing, obviously, because of the needs of our students changing, and research on learning and brain development changes and state requirements also bring about changes. And in order to keep up with these, it's important that staff participate in ongoing professional development. And the conferences and this professional development budget are slightly lower from the FY20 budget, but these also are contractual. There are some contractual obligations that we have in this, and that's part of our collective bargaining. So we have to also follow the rules of that, which we are not in a settled contract, but we have to maintain what the contract language states. So the summary of that is the need for professional development is always increasing, and for the budget, this line is in line with our FY19 and 20 spending. And the last section they were looking at was advertising and marketing, and to eliminate that spending. Unfortunately, we have obligations to inform our voters regarding the items that they have to vote on. And unlike the city, which has a full-time communication professional, we do not. And so we have very little internal resources, but we do have to advertise in the other paper. We have to pay for ballot items. So we do have fees that we must pay for this area to inform our community. So the proposed budget is actually lower than our 19 expenses, but we are legally required to keep our voters informed, and this is where we have to budget for those funds. So I can answer questions perhaps on that information or any of the other, not specific to the computers, but anything else, or we can just continue on to the next.
I mean, you mean on the next section of the community's suggestions?
This was the last section that I had.
There were quite a few more suggestions that had been sent through. They were sort of grouped, and this was sort of the first group of those suggestions. There was this group that was, they were sort of grouped by some reductions, some, sort of hold things flat. There was a group of hold things flat. There was a group of actual reductions. There were some other opportunities. So there was a much bigger document that had come through. David, do you have that?
No, I do know that at the last meeting, I think I went through kind of with a broad brush those areas. So I think we're missing some of those in the details here, and that's unfortunate that we didn't get all of those in there. But what I might suggest, I don't know how we want to do that. We don't have them here available to flash them up in front of you. So I know there was some other ones in there.
And I can put the community proposal if I can figure out how to appropriately share my screen, because I do have it. Because the ones that Amity just went through were taken from the community proposal. That was that represented about 639,000 or 640,000 or so of potential reductions, but there were like 3 other pages of that, and some of it we went through last time, and you can speak to it directly again, David, or do you want to push that to Monday? Which would you prefer?
Well, I think I'd rather push it to Monday. I think, time-wise, I'm not wanting to be dismissive at all of the comments. Again, I think it was clear at the last meeting. I went through all of them and we looked at them. And I think what's important is that what we're going to present tonight does take into account, and again, I think Amity mentioned one of those areas on the technology on Chromebook. So we've taken some things into consideration. Obviously, the ones that we did not, there's reason for those because, again, at a high level, we have obligations that often, our community don't necessarily, who aren't in it every day, don't understand some of those complications and those requirements that we have. So I think what's important to know is we've read the questions. I apologize we don't have them all up here, and we'll come back to those. Certainly could start out maybe the meeting on Monday with them. Again, just to be fair to those folks.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Bridget, I do have those in front of me as well, and I think a couple of them were addressed previously. The contingency, notably, I think salary and wages, which was a significant component of the community proposal, was addressed in terms of collective bargaining, and there were a couple other areas that fell into 2 broad categories. One was headcount, new hires, and salaries, and the other was sustained spending at current spend rate.
Yeah, we'll have to, yeah, that's fine. I think as I had, yes, I think that a lot of that will probably be addressed as we see some of the proposed reductions from the administrative team as well. But I think we should go ahead and move forward at this stage.
Great, thanks. So we're going to move in to the next phase, which is to talk about the reductions. And so what we're going to post up here is just a busy sheet, but this is one that I want to first provide some clarity to. Again, I'm specifically to the board. Obviously, as I outlined before in the beginning slides, we started out, obviously we had a vote that did not pass. We came back and met. I had made some reductions, obviously, that I thought were appropriate. And that brought us down to the 9.74 tax rate. Again, I want to caveat that, 4 percentage points of those are related to the change in the CLA. That being said, that is part of the funding formula that we have lived with for some years, but I do want to highlight that. But what I heard loud and clear at the last board meeting was that pretty loudly that I needed to go further. Actually, I think you referred to it as a haircut, but probably could have used some different descriptor for what I'm looking at has a lot of wrinkled bald head. But
How about a shave, David?
Yeah, right. So what I then did is I set a target essentially that said, I need to at least engage in the process around how am I going to go about doing this? So I went out and said, okay, I'm going to set a $2.3 million reduction target. I met with Gary and Amity to kind of just understand what that number looked like. And then I began to discuss with the administrators. And again, I think it's really important that this first step was all me. It was me. I need to provide the direction. I understood loud and clear from the board that we needed to go further. And so I went out with district administrators and the administrators at the building, and I outlined what you see here. Obviously, I want to be crystal clear that the budget that was put forward, both the 1122 and the 974, was a budget that I felt was appropriate and good to be able to meet the ends. I need to continue to be able to support the ends, albeit this process is going to, I think, allow you to make some decisions at some point here in the near future where you want to be. So I'm worried about some components of our district. I'm worried about stewardship. I'm worried about class sizes. I have been, but I also understand where we are as a society, and I understand the directive from the board. So what you see in front of you is top left corner is the priority A, B, and C, and we're going to go through this in just a second. Then moving right, you have the item or what the item is, the implication of either of the reduction, the amount that it's being reduced, and then you see the cumulative next column below the 2.375. You have the resulting tax rate, the resulting total expenditure, and if there's a connected FTE, and then the FTE cumulative count. So currently we're at 499.04 FTEs. And so you'll see that countdown. So what I'd like to do, unless there's questions, I'll like to continue to go through this. Is there any questions from the board at this point?
One is just a question of process. Do you want questions about each item as you go through, or do you want to go through all the items and then go back and have us ask questions about them?
I think what I'd like, Bridget, if it's okay, is I'd like to go, through it. I'll try to be fairly quick here, but then allow the board to, as you hear me talk, I think you'll take some notes and maybe formulate some questions that you want to ask further. And then I'm certainly able to, as well as Amity, Gary, and administrators, if I need them, to explain, answer your question. That makes sense?
That makes sense.
Okay. So the first one, again, I'm gonna, I'm not necessarily the most apt at all of these, but I think I can speak pretty clearly on most of them. The first is our bus lease. We're pretty fortunate. We have a bus fleet that we're very proud of. I'm proud that, every bus has on the right rear corner of it, has the year in which we purchased it. We have people that often check, you keep them for 10 years and then we do get rid of them. We think it's important because we recognize the cost when they go beyond their 10-year life. This actually reduces one school bus from the lease. So you see the amount be reduced, the $18,342, and you see the resulting kind of calculator coming down in the tax rate. Next on the list is the facility stewardship plan. Again, I think I've been loud and clear with the board, and Gary and the facility crew have worked hard to maintain our stewardship plan. We've never been able to quite get up to the schedule that we want, but we recognize right now, I do, Gary does, that we're hopeful for Vermont to come up with a plan for all schools to help maintain our facilities in a better way that may be absent of carrying it in the full expenditure line every year on an ongoing basis. Again, most states do not have the expenditure like this in their budget. And when you compare other states, the cost per pupil, we unfortunately have to count every bit in it. They do not. So the reduction here is $583,000 out. We do have some still money available, but it will put us, as it says, at risk for not being able to respond to all of those. We may have to triage. Next is related to what Amity previously mentioned in the community folks that had a question related to this one, related to the district IT computer resources and extended life. This will require a shift to the Chromebooks for students and staff instead of laptops, and increase our help desk repairs for those needed services. This is a reduction of $74,695. And then again, I don't need to think people can continue to go across the line. Next is our district hourly and staff reductions. And so this one particularly related to just increases throughout the district, our hourly staff, including our district, including myself. These are reductions that we see related to salary. And so we did have 5% in here for increases. Most of those percentage points, about 2 or so, 2.5, were related to catching some of our employees that have been, just barely been receiving cost of living expenses. And so we wanted to get them up to market, but we recognize that this is not the time to do that. And so we're reducing all of those salaries to 2%. Some will be under that. And so that's a reduction of $267,000. Next is our special education clerical positions. Again, we're talking about people here, and this is where it begins to get difficult. And we've done our very best to try to connect with some of our staff that if they're online or seeing this, that they're not seeing it for the first time, but it's not been easy to do this in the environment that we are in. But this does have some reductions of 2.5 folks that help on the clerical side of special education. We do think we can manage this. It does put upward pressure in different areas, but you see the savings there. Our district seasonal grounds worker, again, when we're full up and the grass starts to turn green like it is, and programs start to go, and we certainly hope that in the future. We recognize that we've got a lot. We only have 2 people, and we try to groom and keep our campus neat. But we recognize that here's an opportunity for a reduction. So you see the reduction there. Our building and support position. Again, this is an area that we feel like we can reduce responsibilities. Will have to flow to different individuals within the FHTMS. So that's a $37,000 reduction. District safety and security. This has one individual. Again, you're going to see these reoccurring because I want to try to break out, these are individuals. The board may want one in or out, but I'm just putting them up. They're exactly the same. As you know, we put some money into complying with safety and security issues, sadly, in our society, where we need to make sure people who are coming to visit us are appropriate and safe and not going to put harm to our children. This reduces us to only 2. This would reduce us to 3. The next one reduces to 2. And the idea here is that we would remote access our security system to one location, the high school. 2 individuals would be on that location. They would rotate, but they'd be able to unlock, let people in from one location for all 5 schools. One individual, or they could split up on occasion to cover large events at any one of the 5 schools. This is, again, a technological opportunity. It's not what we think is best, but under these certain circumstances, we see that that's an opportunity. So you see both of those repeating, and that would be a reduction of 37,637. Moving along, next, the district high school and alumni development position. Again, this is to an individual, and so I want to be sensitive that we're talking about an individual who has worked hard to make connections with our graduates and also bring in some resources from folks. Not so long ago, we were fortunate to have the Randy Munson money come in to help with the turf field. And so again, this is a position mostly that allows connection to our graduates and to our alumni, and keeping them informed about what we're doing, how we're doing has been important. But again, this is a luxury that we think we can forego. Moving along, human resource software. Again, we have been managing. The idea here was to be able to put everything into one place, have a management system that will allow us to kind of make decisions far easier than we do now. Having all of our data in one location would be significant, but we recognize also that we've been able to make it. And we think it's important. Again, I want to be careful, not to overuse the word luxury. It's really a requirement. I think for a lot of our work, these systems I would like to have seen happen statewide, but we all in districts fairly much smaller than us have to kind of adapt to what they need. So that's the software. So there's a reduction there. Next is transportation director. We have a retirement. We had a co-director position at the transportation, and this is a reduction there. Again, I need to work with central office and figure out how we will make coverage there, but this will definitely be a loss. Again, we'll have to figure out how we pick up those pieces within the district. So there's an 88,000. Again, these are salary and benefits included. Our district IT staff is next. So this is a reduction, again, in our district ITE staff. So there's a slight reduction. This would slow kind of our tech integration at the high school. Again, we've made some good grounds here. We think this is important, but again, it's there because we could do without it. The district IT and help desk is next. Again, this is, again, the number of devices that we have are obviously, people know that we have a high level of one-to-one, whether it's laptops or Chromebooks. So when they break down, we need to fix them. This reduces that position by 1. We certainly do have others, but again, this is an area that we're recognizing as a possible reduction. I do want to be clear that when we made the transition to the devices, it's important for community members to know that many of our classrooms, we had computer rooms. We were a very dependent desktop system, and we made a conscious decision not to go to iPads, but to laptops. And we were able to then not have to keep both laptops and desktops running. And that was, again, that was a pretty significant transition and move. Next is the district HR staff. Again, we in the district office recognize that, we want, and I'm proud to say that, our administrators and staff work hard to support our teachers, we're delivering education. We want them to be, you know, as available to our kids as possible. We do a pretty good job. I certainly believe this is a position that we're just going to have to figure out how to backfill and support the work that we do. Again, ensuring that answers get to our staff about related human resource issues. So there's a reduction there. The district healthy school position, again, this has been one that has been equity, diversity, mentorship, mindfulness has all been in there. This is a grant funded, has grant funded monies that go with it. But again, this is connected to an individual who has provided immense amount of support. We have embedded a lot of programming into our system, and we are continuing to embed the language that we need to do and the behaviors that we need to have, whether it's related to diversity, equity, or inclusion or mindfulness. So again, this is an area that we see as well. I want to make mention that I moved from priority C to priority B. I know I'm missing some pieces, so I'm sorry if I'm rushing. And again, we're on the priority Bs. Next is the high school guidance outreach. This has been again an important position and is a person. Because we bring students in from the islands, we go all the way up to Isle Lamont, North Hero, Grand Isle, South Hero, and Georgia, and Alberg. Actually, I missed Alberg. Sorry. And this person does help with providing and answering information to those folks, those families and students that may be interested to come to either now our middle school or our high school. But again, this is an area as we look at is obviously offered as item B. Activities and athletics, again, this previously provided this to the board when I talked about some proposed reductions where I would go, and there was about $165,000 in there. So this is activating that. This is again about a 2/3 high school and a 1/3 middle school. So it doesn't eliminate all of them, but it does call into question some of those that are there. For both the high school at $111,000, and it does also at the middle level some activities and athletics at a $55,000 reduction. So now that was, and thank you that we moved into category A1. A1 is the one that I just did. The next A1, again, these are all kind of blocked into the A1. We're getting into higher level reductions that begin to significantly affect children the higher we go here on this list. The next is a Chamberlain teacher. Again, as I indicated earlier, we added a teacher in the first round of the budget, but obviously this has one reduction. They see one reduction, and class sizes will increase. I'm going to end once we get through this. I'll toggle to our enrollment figures so the board can see kind of what the effect of these A1 items would have. Also, the same at the next one, Rick Marcotte, would be a removal of one. And we are using a salary, a common number here with some salary and benefits that are attached to it. It's again an average, again, just as for budgeting purposes. So there's one reduction, Rick Marcotte, one reduction also at Orchard. And then we get down to high school, the core teachers. So there is a reduction there in some of those sections for the $64,000. Then you get into the middle school, the Wolf Den. Again, this is a support position, but it would eliminate that. Our business and health education teacher, that would be an elimination there. And high school driver's education, again, that would result in, that also being reduced. Again, these are in the A1s. So moving on, again, a little bit further down now into our A2s. High school world language, it would eliminate all Japanese classes except for Japanese 1. High school PE and health, some students will not get into health classes as 10th graders, so there's a reduction there. We get into A2s now, moving on, it removes another Rick Marcotte Central School teacher, so now there's 2 out. Moving next, it removes 1 additional teacher out of Chamberlain. Again, same dollar amounts. It does also remove another teacher out of Orchard. Again, same amount of money. The next is the high school library support. Again, there's opportunities at various times to provide additional library support here at the middle school. I'm sitting in the middle school, that's why I'm saying I'm here. High school literacy coach, there's a reduction here. Again, less support for content area academic literacy for developing and accelerated students. Next is the enrichment program. We would eliminate that program. Again, obviously limit some of the students that are on EST plans. The visual and performing arts, we would reduce in art, eliminate jazz improvisation, music theory, piano, and music and tech. Again, these are positions, these are people. Again, these are things that our students obviously have taken, great desire to take as well as the other ones. The family consumer science at the middle school, again, this will again be a reduction. The big picture program, fewer spots would be available in unique and flexible pathways, so we just wouldn't offer it, so there'd be less availability there. At the middle school, digital citizenship would be a 0.2 reduction. At FHTMS, visual and performing arts, music exploration will have increased class sizes and less offerings. High school tech education, we would eliminate the yearbook. I put a brief thing there, just kind of what the A's and B's and C's are. Obviously, as you work down the list, that gets closer and closer to students.
So David, would you like us to go back and ask questions, or do you want to go through enrollment first?
Well, up to you. I guess I think maybe I would give you a quick snapshot of the enrollment. So then you will have a more thorough understanding of the impact upon, and that would have, I think, value your questions. So John, can you, John Katz, if you're on, can you slide in that slide? Thank you, everybody, for being patient. I know it's probably hard to see. Thank you, John. Again, this is an interactive one. I'm going to try to visually carry you through. So the top left of your page is Rick Marcotte Central School. You see our current staffing as of what we proposed in March. You also see in the bottom left corner in bold, kind of where our current enrollment is now at 369, expected to go up to 398. And you see kind of how the breakdown happened with adding the teachers that we had from 21. We were at 19, so I had 2 in there. So if you move to the right, the modified removes 1, and you can see the 19.1 for Rick Marcotte, 19.1 for grades K through 3. You see the corresponding class sizes there with the -1 teacher, and for the 4th and 5th grade, you see 21.8. Moving down to Chamberlain, again, same thing on the left, staffing as of March 26th proposal. Also, you see their enrollment, 245, proposed to go up to 271. Right side modified -1. You see where we are at 17.7. See the class size averages accordingly, K through 3. And then you see the 18.8 for the 4th and 5th grade. Again, that's -1. Moving down, you have Orchard School, our largest elementary school. Bottom left of that is 405 currently, expected to go up to 426. Again, this is with 1 reduction, our current. numbers on the left, or March 26 numbers. And then you see on the right the -1 and what that does. 19 average K3, 23,545. Moving on the bottom of that, you see elementary district. And so you see our enrollment numbers, 1019, bottom left, going up to 1095. I can't quite see that number, but maybe better glasses. But then we have, obviously, your enrollment figures. And so we have, on the modified, we have 18.7. And again, our G6 policy says we should be between 16 and 18, not to exceed 20. This is, again, a district policy. I have generally exercised this along with the administrators to keep all of our classes and grade levels within those bands. For the 4th and 5th, moves up to 21.5. So it's, again, below the 25. At the high school and the middle school, a little bit more difficult because some of the positions that I mentioned were not core. So those aren't significantly changing in these particular diagrams, but remember there's reductions that affect the programming at both of those schools. Moving to the next page removes some additional staff at the elementary schools predominantly. And Jonathan, can you, okay, here it is. So then you see the net result on the modified, -2 pushes Rick Marcotte up to 20.5. You see the class size increases 21.8 for 4-5. You see Chamberlain moves up to 17.7. You see class sizes climb there. First grade, 23.5. For Orchard, you see 20.4. For K3, 23.5, 4-5. District all the way down in the bottom. You see the district and you see the numbers there. We get up to 19.7. We're just below the not to exceed, and we're at 22.6, just below 22.9, just below the 25. But certainly you can see class sizes throughout. At the middle school and the high school, you do see some reductions here because there was some core taken out in this particular A2 rounds.
Sorry, David, if I can interrupt. I think that's a mistake on my part.
Okay.
These,
that should be 25 still?
I believe so.
Okay. So
let me adjust it.
We'll need to scrub that a little bit more. Again, it's hard on the middle school and the high school because of the way staffing is done in the core teachers. So there are those reductions in the A2 numbers, the A2 category that are certainly reflected in the kind of program reductions at both of those schools. So let me move back now to, that's a lot of information in a short period of time. Let me open it up, Bridget, to questions from the board.
Can I ask a quick question on enrollment? How much of the kindergarten numbers that are in here are actual enrollments so far, and how much of it is our very best guess? Because that's always the one that's kind of changeable, and we don't really have a clear number until later in the summer. What does enrollment look like so far? Do we know?
So Jonathan, who you just heard from briefly, does work with the administrators. We do a variety of things. One of the things that we like to do is we like to count enrollment based on what we have in the system. But again, as you know, administrators across the board at the elementary level absolutely reflect feedback that they're hearing that we're coming, we're going to register, etc. So these are currently the numbers that we've had at registration currently. So these numbers reflect registered students. And again, we hope we've got most of them. We do know that as we move closer to the start of a new year, we get some additional students in there. So again, that's a little bit of a concern on that kindergarten number. It's always been fairly volatile for us. As much as we, put out kindergarten registration, come register, we put out calls, we work with our early childhood providers, etc. But a lot of this is related to some of the transient population, people moving into our district, wanting to starting their families, and are coming in at that juncture. But pretty hard to unequivocally predict. but that's where we are.
So that's a lot of information to take on, board. So I'm assuming everyone has a lot of questions. I know I do. Most of my questions sort of go back to that page. If we could put it back up possibly with, yes, this one. And it would be helpful to have a little bit more color on some of these for me. I don't know what other board members' pleasure is, whether it makes sense to go through these one by one, or if Elizabeth, you have a different idea of how to get through questions, but there are a lot of questions that these raise for me in terms of whether they're realistic to take out or not take out.
Bridget, can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Sure.
Since we can only see what's on the screen at one time, perhaps we could go by one screen, and this would be rows 2 through 12, and ask questions about them, then go down a screen.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense.
I'm happy to answer questions. Again, the Cs, the kind of the thought process here was, Cs are items that, again, have been important, but we could forego the Cs before the Bs, before the A1s, before the A2s. But again, based on, the pleasure of the board and your understanding of the community and where we are, they are here available to you. So
I'll dive in if others want to join in too. I'll take a breath. A lot of questions. On the school buses, is the bottleneck on? There's been really a change in the level of service with regard, at least as the elementary school parents have experienced it. I feel over the last year and a half, and I guess my question for you on that one is that bottleneck mostly staff, or is that buses, and what would taking a bus lease out do to reliability, and what we would have to do in terms of priorities with regard to prioritizing elementary pickups and drop-offs versus activities and those kinds of things. It feels like I guess the clear question is the bottleneck right now drivers, or is it buses themselves?
So we are always looking for additional bus drivers. We're really, really fortunate. We have great group, but when one calls out or two calls out sick, then, we're backfilling that. I think one of the other challenges that we have is when we have, activities going on, we also have to cover those. And sometimes those are at the same time of the day when we have the high middle students going home, right? So we have a bus that's deployed, somewhere else. So there are challenges in staffing. And again, Gary and his crew are working hard at trying to, to stay on top of that. And again, we've absolutely, weathered the storm in comparison to many other districts and other busing companies. This particular reduction just puts us behind our stewardship plan of keeping buses for 10 years and then moving them on. So we were way behind several years ago, and we had buses that were not serviceable. They started to break down. And so we started to institute through research. We knew that we could keep them for 10 years and then move them on. And we started a lease program. This puts us a little bit behind that lease, our lease stewardship process. It does not cut down on the buses that are in the elementary or the high middle runs.
Okay. I don't want to take up too much time on that one unless other people have questions on it, because it's a small reduction. I guess my biggest question was really in this section was the next one was the facility stewardship. What will we not be doing under that facility stewardship if we took that amount out of the budget?
Yeah, I don't know, Gary, are you on?
I am. Yes.
You want to highlight some of those?
Yes, we're going to be repairing, the biggest piece is we're going to be repairing only the roofs at Chamberlain and Orchard. Phase 1 for Chamberlain, phase 2 for Orchard. We're going to change them, and we're going to delay them 1 year and make the repairs. We looked at them, we assessed them. We think we can get through 1 more year with repair only on those 2 roofs. And our burners at Rick Marcotte that we were scheduled to replace from 1996, they are still operating fairly efficiently, and they haven't been had significant breakdowns. So Bart and I took a look at them, and we think that they can be delayed 1 or 2 more years as well. So
I
those are
thought that Rick Marcotte was getting a partial roof too. I know there's been actual leaking and stuff there.
that's still in there.
That would still be in there.
Yes.
Okay.
That has to be done. That roof is failing.
Yeah.
So I guess the obvious related question is, do we incur for expenses by kicking the can for a year, or do we just see these same expenses a year from now?
That is a yes. We will incur increased expenses by delaying, but only for probably our assessment is that only by the escalation in the construction cost and the replacement cost of the roofs, not any significant risk of additional damage if we don't do those roofs this year.
Again, I think it's important to note that, when we constructed the stewardship plan, I think Elizabeth was around when we first started that. But when we first started, we identified all the items, and you can imagine they were all front-loaded, that they all needed some attention. We've been appropriately trying to spread that out so that it doesn't have a compression, but to schedule them out accordingly so it doesn't have major hits. I think, again, as a district, we're one of the only districts, I wouldn't want to say, one of the few districts, I guess, that actually have a stewardship plan. Most others, it's kind of a wait and see and then panic and spend. We've not been a district to do that, and we've embedded in our expenditure budget a lot of money to try to maintain our facilities appropriately. So anyway, stewardship plan, again, gives you a good idea of where we're at. Thanks, Gary.
Well, and just to build upon what Gary was saying, I mean, if it's really just an increase in construction year over year, we're sort of talking about a 5% loan, like to lessen the pain this year. We pay 25 or 30 grand more next year, but incur no further, problem, penalties, whatever you want to say.
Yep.
My other question on this one, David, is have you and the team identified any of the deferred projects at the middle school and high school that you feel that were kind of embedded in the bond that you feel are at high risk that might have to be offset by some of this reduction?
Gary?
Not in year one, Elizabeth. We had the plan to maintain these for 4 years, even if the budget passed, to maintain them at an acceptable level to get us to construction. But years 2, 3, and 4, they will have to be taken a look at, and in that time, we will have to replace the middle school roof in my assessment.
That answers my question, though. Thank you.
Questions on this one? I have a question on, I started to ask the question on computer resources previously when we were talking about the community suggestions. And maybe this is a question for Mike, if he's still on, which is, what does it mean to switch to Chromebooks educationally? What does that do? Does it place any limits on us, or does it change the way we're doing things at all? And does the service on the long term, does that look different than the service on the laptops?
Mike, are you still on?
Yep. So I'll be glad to speak to that. I think that overall, throughout the budget, we were looking for cost savings wherever we could that weren't staff reductions, because that's, our staff is our most valuable resource. So these are always tough decisions to make when it comes to looking at hardware, software. We'd always like to have more, but I think that making a switch to Chromebooks at this time is very different than if it had been, even 5 years ago. Just in light of how much is cloud-based now and how comfortable so many of our teachers and students are with Google Drive, group editing in Google Docs, Google Sheets, the use of Google Classroom in the district, and even video and sound editing before were pretty heavy-duty apps that needed, a laptop or a desktop, and now so much of that can be done online. And then when we were studying this option, we did go back and look at the history, and the original choice to go with laptops was back in the age of netbooks, which were notoriously unreliable and just not sturdy. So I think we've also seen along the time, in recent years, not just more and more things available in the cloud, making Chromebooks more conducive to what we want to do in the classroom, but also just the fact that they're more durable and that they hold up. So I think there will always probably be a case for specialized software where we'll need a laptop or a PC-based option, and so we can take that on a case-by-case basis. But the cost, one thing that isn't reflected here is that we'll save $40,000 again next year with the rolling implementation of Google with Chromebooks, and that will continue for the next 3 years. So the benefit's considerable.
Any other questions on that one from the board? So this next one, district and hourly staff reductions. I just wanted to clarify, David, does this mean staff that are not included in our bargaining units?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be administrative assistants, district administrators, superintendent. Obviously, you, the board set mine, but I'm proposing that I fall into the no increase and allow for those monies to be dispersed, but it's about a little bit about 2%. And again, as I said earlier, we have individuals that are well below market. We were trying to get them up to market, but we recognize that this is not the time to be doing that.
And just to clarify, when you say district administrators, you may not be administrators that are covered under the administrative bargaining unit, but the ones who are not.
Yes, director of learning, director of education support, correct.
Okay.
So David, one question I have on this is, does this put us in any conflict with the state's minimum wage guidance that has gone into effect?
Again, we're going to do everything we can to not. I don't know. We probably will, but I think given the current conditions, there'll probably be some leniency on the guidance. On a going forward basis, we're going to have to, again, figure out where we go as a district. Again, I want to be clear that, there's some flexibility in some individuals. So there's a 2% in here, but, hopefully there's some of those folks we can still try to catch up a little bit. Nowhere near like what we wanted to based on identified market assessment.
Okay.
Okay. Special education clerical positions. This one I had a question about whether our special educators can manage the jobs that they have. Because my understanding is that, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, that the clerical positions are the ones who are following up on a lot of, appointments and phone calls and trying to get things scheduled so that the special educators can be efficient in delivering on IEPs and 504s and all the meetings and things that they need to have with parents. But correct me if I'm wrong, but so does this put a lot of that burden then back on the special educators?
It does, but again, I don't know if Joanne's still on, but one of the things that I think people need to know is that the model is changing for special education. So the current model has been very, very driven to making sure that we have accountable records, under the current funding model. And as we move to the next model, that changes. And so there's less of a need for the clerical positions. Joanne, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on. I'm happy to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
As we move to the block funding, which isn't going to happen next fiscal year, but the year following, there'll be less need for us to document every single piece of work that we do. So we're not going to be working towards that special ed reimbursement that we've used in the past. Our clerical assistants are largely helping our special educators to really heavily document that. They're not typically used to schedule appointments. So it'll be an undue burden on our special educators in this next year. They'll have to be managing that on their own, but as we move to the block grant, it'll be easier.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? Any questions on the seasonal grounds worker? Any questions on the building support position? My question was, what is this? This is a full FTE. What is this person's responsibility right now, David?
This is,
Carson, if he's on, yeah. Carson.
yeah, Carson is on. This has been a position that really has been just to help ensure kind of the running of the, assisting the building, administrators, covering a variety of duties within Tuttle. Carson, are you on?
Yeah, I am on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is actually building supervision. That's in the morning. We have students come as early as 7 o'clock, so we do have an adult supervising as well as, all the way to the afternoon until we have bus release. During the day, building support also takes over classes so that we actually don't have to get subs all the time. And lunchroom supervision is a big one as well. It's a big responsibility.
So we'll have to, those items would have to be covered, internally, again, administratively, we'll have to figure that out. Thanks, Carson.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions on that one from others? On safety and security, my question was, these are 2 more positions. So these are positions that we currently have now that you're asking to take out, because the other reductions in the ones that you're proposing as additions for next year have already been taken out previous to getting to this list. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
This would bring us, with these 2 reductions, it would bring us to just 2. So what we currently have is 4, would bring us to 2. We were proposing 6 initially, 1 at each building, and 1 to be able to rotate between the buildings to allow for, breaks and things of that nature. But this puts it to 2, and it relies on a more of a remote, technical device to be able to welcome people, let them in, and puts a little additional burden still back on the elementary buildings and the middle school on having to still have more of a watchful eye than we wanted them to have. Many of them have not had this, right? We've had to rotate staff in and around, so we haven't been able to do that either. Again, Gary, are you on?
I am.
You want to say anything to that?
Yeah, it does bring up some concern about 2 people that we really need at the high school, and them being able to remotely support the 4 other schools. It would heavily have to rely on administrative assistants in each of the other 4 buildings to provide that access control, which is the primary mission that you had asked us to focus on for this year. And that's why we had asked to increase it.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. Other questions from the board on the safety and security, folks?
Does that centralized, that technology fix you referenced, David, does that also include not only access, but security as well?
So when you say access, that would allow them to be let in,
Well, you had said that this was largely substituting a technology fix for the 2 staff roles.
Well, Gary, you want to talk to that?
For the primary focus of access control, Elizabeth, we can remotely unlock the doors, and we can see who is coming to the doors from a central location. But we couldn't provide any building security support except limited at the high school. But most of their time, if there are only 2 left, they are going to be monitoring video cameras and providing access control at the high school. They wouldn't be able to do the other things that they've been doing for the building administrators over the past year, as far as, building relationships with students, monitoring troubled areas of the buildings where people congregate, and kind of general support to the Mr. Burke and his team.
I think the other thing is important to note is that, right now, very different than 10 years ago, our doors are all locked. This does make us a little less responsive, probably at the elementaries to let people in. So I do think it will likely result in some concerns about, parents, guardians, other folks being let in. Again, I think, as Gary said, through remote access, it's going to be mostly monitoring, the video to let people in and out, ask who they are, what they're going for, et cetera. But, you know, with two, there's going to be a moment in time where one person needs to take a brief break and one person's got to manage the five. And so there may be delays during that particular period of an hour, hour and a half or so.
And do we still have SRO functions?
We do. So our school resource officers are paid for by the South Burlington Police Department, and we have had a pretty good complement of school resource officers, although as they have gone through patrol officer difficulties, we have seen those numbers go down a little bit. I don't know right now. Do you know, Gary, how many we have available right now? Is it 3?
We have 3 available right now. Their function is really different than building security, though. It's much more education based.
Right. So they're doing our DARE program.
I was thinking more on the relationship side, because that has been a strong component of interface with the police department.
Yep, you're on point there. They definitely do at the elementaries. They are involved in still the DARE program.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think it's important though that when there are needs, they have been an important component, particularly at the high school. You know, at varying years, they've been helpful to support the high school administration and the students around rectifying any related issues there.
If there are no more questions on safety and security, the high school alumni and development, a development position, I guess my question is, you know, what are we giving up in terms of fundraising, and, you know, what exactly is the impact of this if we let this person go?
Well, I think, again, this is consistent with some of the other things that were said. We're losing, you know, opportunities to stay connected with our alumni. We're losing opportunities and relationships with our current class as they move forward to be active participants and citizens and alumni. That's not to say that it won't ever happen. Again, you know, the high school administration and staff do a lot to help stay connected with our graduates. But it will be a loss, no question. And there's always an opportunity for when classes give gifts. That doesn't mean that they won't now, but this particular position has been one that has done that. So there'll be some loss there, no question. Again, I think that's consistent with all of these. They wouldn't have been in the budget if they weren't important. That being said, we're trying to go through our IM with you during this time and period through a process that looks at the opportunities to make some reductions. As far as what money comes in, I don't know, Amity, don't mean to put you on the spot. Do you have any idea what we've been able to bring in, particularly there?
I cannot answer that
Yeah.
with specificity. I know our dealings with the alumni has that they collect the funds for scholarships, and then they let us know who's been awarded the scholarships and transfer the funds to the district in order to pay the students. But beyond that, you know, I know in the past that they've donated some money when we did the Munson Field project. So there's been those donations, and I think they probably were very much the spearhead behind the start of the track and the Munson Field in itself. So, you know, certainly they brought a lot of money to the district, and I don't think we haven't seen the projects in the size that they were at the Munson Field project, but I don't have a specific dollar amount to give.
Yep.
And just to be clear, is this the only person that is doing alumni relations formally? So this would be elimination entirely of the position, or is there anyone else who is sharing those responsibilities other than the informal role that you described of teachers and other staff who keep in touch with alumni?
That's right. This is the position.
This
but
is it. Okay.
As I said earlier, you know, I think everybody, particularly at the high school, and actually all teachers, there's some connection to kids that graduate and keeping those relationships. But this is the only individual in that position. Yes.
Yeah, I would just want to make the comment here that regardless of the position itself, that one of the challenges that the board entertained as part of feedback from the bond vote was really looking at alternative sources of funding. So I look at the potential scope of responsibilities of this role or an expanded role or an outsourced role, whatever it might be, as limiting the opportunities to really identify and secure alternative sources of funding as it relates to some of the projects associated with the bond too.
Yep. Agreed.
All right. Anyone else from the board on alumni development? No. Human resource software, any questions from the board? Transportation director, any questions on this one?
I'm not really sure what the second position does, and when it says this will result in delays regarding trips and route management, is that a daily? Is that for special trips? What does this affect? What does that look like?
Well, currently we've had two co-directors we've had one long-time co-director actually was the main director for a long time, and that he's retiring. And so this is again an area where, for the most part, on a daily basis, on a most regular basis, you're a bus driver, you have your normal route, you drive your normal route. But on occasion, we have some shortages. We may have a call in where 1, 2, 3 drivers are down, and we have an obligation, Gary does and his group, to figure out how we're going to get the kids in. The administrators know that that's often a challenge, because what we have to do is either double up a bus, requires some kind of skillful scheduling to have a bus either loop back or pick up, and it often results in some lateness. But bottom line is it's challenging, and so it does put a load onto your staffing levels. We do know that as we upgrade to newer software, there may be opportunities to do that more easily. But this is an area where we'll figure it out. And again, I have some ideas that about how to do that along with Gary, and we'll need to figure that out.
I guess I'd ask a direct question to Gary. I mean, do you think we can maintain a level of service at least that we have right now if we only have one in that position?
I would give you a tentative yes, Bridget. I think it's gonna result in some significant changes in the administration of both the operations and the finance programs. I will have to shift a big portion of my time into transportation and put much more of the financial piece onto Amity's shoulders to be able to accomplish this, both from a loss of experience. Deb was here for over 30 years, and so we have some technology pieces that we're putting into place this summer that should add some efficiencies and help with automating the scheduling process for some of the trips. But it definitely won't be an easy thing to accomplish, and we may have to look to you for some potential policy changes, like our walkout radius. Like, how far do we ask our students to walk to school to reduce some of the load on our transportation system? So there'll be a lot of interesting conversations to make this change. Do I think it's doable with the right emphasis? Yes, but it's definitely going to change several of our roles to be able to accomplish it.
Thanks, Gary.
Okay. ITE staff, any questions about this?
Well, I guess especially right now when remote education is sure important, I have to ask how that would affect, what if this continues into the next year? What if, COVID comes in waves? How does that affect remote instruction?
Yeah, that was my question on the help desk staff as well.
Yep. So again, I don't know if Mike's still on or not. but Mike, you want to respond to that?
Sure, I'd be glad to. I think I just totally agree with Brian's comment, and Elizabeth too is right to point out about the help desk reduction. Right now, we have, for obvious reasons, we have a huge uptick in our IT support service because we're going to be supporting families directly now with devices that have gone home. And we have plans to send even more devices home in the coming weeks as we ramp up things. So I think it's a valid concern, and it's obvious right now our ITE incredible educators are, they're just working their tails off and in order to make this transition to continuity of education and continuity of learning during the crisis. So the point's well taken, and I think obviously these are not cuts that we want to make, but they're part of shared sacrifice. And when we're talking about classroom reductions, classroom teacher reductions, I think the reasoning is just that it's only fair that we make reductions across the board. So I just totally agree with the concerns, and it's not ideal. And we're very fortunate to have the IT and ITE staff who have really been getting us through this crisis. And so I think that it's just part of the shared sacrifice here.
Thanks, Mike.
Any other questions about those two positions that do kind of go together, the help desk and ITE? Okay, HR staff. David, remind me, how many HR staff in total do we have right now?
3.
3. So this would bring us down to 2.
Correct. And we were once 1, and then obviously as a result of kind of continued adherence to benefit related matters, and managing family medical leave as we need to, we obviously increase staff. Again, we have a pretty good handle on it. Again, there's some worry, I think, consistent with what Mike said earlier. But again, also consistent with what was shared earlier is, again, we're trying to make some reductions before we get to significantly impact kids, directly. So this is on point. So again, it does still have us with 2. And we're going to have to, again, as Gary said earlier, creative in how we manage the responses. Again, there may be times when we don't have a major uptick, but there's going to be times where we're going to have to call on other people to assist.
Okay. Healthy schools position. So this looks like it's removing half an FTE. So this isn't completely eliminating the position, but it's reducing the number of hours. Is that correct? Or is that position at 50% right now and being taken out completely?
I think that, I believe this is part of it, is grant funded. Amity, can you help out there?
Well, our healthy schools position actually is kind of a 2-part position. It's schools, and it's also the mentor teacher, or not mentor teacher, I'm sorry, the mentor program coordinator. Right. So this cuts the healthy schools, which is the diversity, equity, and inclusion part of it. The mentorship is not included in this number. Yeah. And that's the reason why it's not a full 1 FTE.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions about that one? Guidance outreach. This looks like the position that's working with families in the islands who have tuition students coming in.
Yeah. Islands in Georgia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I have a question on this person. We're lucky, fortunate to have kids coming from Georgia, and that's, they're traveling a significant distance. Would you expect that we would begin to lose kids from the islands and Georgia if we lose this position?
Hard to know, Alex. Again, this is part of, what we administratively will have to figure out. How do we get up to, and again, Patrick has, devoted time, and his staff have, to get up to the islands and up to Georgia to, along with the outreach person, to do hello, welcome, what questions. It's going to put an additional load on our system. And we probably won't be as responsive to some of the questions as timely as we have in the past, but it's again, something we're going to have to figure out and work on. But so again, it's been an important, you said Georgia, but remember it's the islands. We go all the way up to Isle Lamont and Alburgh, all the way down to Grand Isle, South Hero, picking up and servicing students. Yeah.
Any other questions on that one?
You know, I don't know. I think Pat Burke's on. Not to. I just again, these are important positions. Pat, do you want to say something on the outreach? I know you do a lot of assistance with them as well. Pat, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here. I'll be brief. I don't. To Alex's question, I think the only metrics we have relative to the impact of not having that position. It's not a position we've had. I think we've had it for maybe 6 or 7 years, and in the time that we've had it, we've seen both the number of non-resident tuition students who enroll increase in just a straight up number, but also as a percentage of the exiting classes from the sending schools. So our yield has increased, and our just straight up number of non-resident tuition students has increased. And so, when we created the position, we hired a person to say like, hey, your job is to make sure that, we're doing a nice job communicating with non-resident tuition students and by extension, making sure that they know about our programs and that our school, if our school's a match for them, that they should exercise their choice and attend. And since we've had that position, we've seen a fair amount of success in terms of increasing the number of non-resident tuition students who enroll. And that's obviously from the revenue perspective, as well as they're pretty awesome kids perspective. We really enjoy that partnership.
Thank you, Pat.
So before we move on from the B category, can I just weigh in a little bit on where we are right now? Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, I feel that what I've seen in the category C and B gets us to the place that I think we should be for this next budget vote. I think it's reasonable. It's pretty significant cuts. And most crucially, it does not, or it minimizes the impact to the student engagement and the student programming that we have. So what as I've been looking at this, I have a couple issues with the B category, particularly the IT staff and the help desk. Are two particular ones, as well as actually the healthy school position and even the outreach. So where I kind of come down on this, where I am at least right now, is if we can get to around the 4% total expenditures. I know that's not what a lot of people in the community, or at least some people in the community, want to see. They want to see us to go deeper, but there are a significant number of people who I've been hearing from who absolutely do not want to affect the student experience. And I think that these cuts, to a large extent, will make it more difficult. Absolutely, and I understand, will make it more difficult for the administration, for the teachers and staff to provide those experiences. But I still think that it would be a reasonable place to be. That doesn't mean we don't have to go through the rest of the A1s, but I just want to put it out there that's kind of where I'm landing, at least at this point.
I mean, I fear that there's already knock-on effect in the B category, right? So it's not just the people working in the schools that are going to be affected, but if you take out these people helping paraeducators, it's not just that the paraeducators' lives become more difficult, it's that they can provide fewer services to the students that need their support. So I'm not comfortable going as far as you have already, frankly.
All right. Which in particular, I'm just kind of curious which one you're looking at.
I believe it's up a little bit higher than row 13, which is the top of the screen.
Emily, can you scroll up a little bit?
Scroll up.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is the special education clerical positions. that work would necessarily then fall to the special educators themselves. I don't know if their days just get longer and their lives get harder, or if they then have fewer hours to deliver to the kids that need special education support, for instance.
So I did initially have an issue with that, but I was comfortable with the response that we heard from Joanne Godek. And the fact that the administration believes that this is in the category C also suggests to me that that's the lower hanging of the fruit and, that we have.
And I guess on a separate course of questioning is the alumni and development position. Do you have to spend money to make money? I agree that we could lose that and not lose anything to the student experience, but do we then put ourselves in a worse position overall?
Well, I was back in the day after, actually it was a little after the Munson Field project. I was on the a committee, I can't even remember what it was called anymore, David, but the committee that worked with alumni and was trying to bring in money. And the last significant input or significant donation, I should say, was for the Kamoli.
Correct, Kamoli Center.
Kamoli Center, and since then, it's really doesn't seem to be a significant source of funds for anything that we're doing, or it certainly isn't anything that I've heard of in the last several years. I'm sure again that it's important to have the alumni outreach and coordinating of reunions and such, but I think that at this point, this is something that is more of a luxury that we really can't afford right now.
And I guess the sort of last group B question that I'll ask for now before taking too much of the space up here is about safety and security. I get pretty uncomfortable just having two people at the high school monitoring what's going on everywhere else.
Well, I guess, yeah, my view on that one is that we've, over the last few years, we've only had sporadic personnel really at the elementary schools. And even before we had that, once we started having the doors locked, I do know that was a bit of a pain for the staff, the clerical staff, to really be manning that. It was something that was being done and it was doable. And I think it's just a matter of, I don't know how much security, frankly, one individual has at the location that goes beyond the ability to keep the door locked. I think that once again, that's not something that we're necessarily getting a return on that investment.
Well, one question I have, Martin, though, is that it doesn't feel to me like if we reduce these two positions as well, it's not just having very few or no staff at the elementary school, but it's tying up the two staff that we continue to have at the high school with basically sitting in front of a monitor. And so we're not really having a high school security presence beyond sitting in front of a monitor, monitoring all the doors at all the schools. And that was a little bit concerning for me because the high school and the middle school really seem to be the places of bigger concern. I will say at the elementary school, we have needed some help. It feels needed anyway, as we've transitioned to different policy about whether parents are allowed to kind of be in the schools on a regular day unless they're there for a specific event. And whether they're allowed to walk children back to their rooms and stuff. And we have needed support from security just to kind of remind parents and make sure that that policy is kind of being enacted. I don't know how much that will be needed going forward after everyone's kind of used to that policy, but they have been a presence in the elementary schools this year just on a rotational basis to try to get some of those things implemented.
Yeah, it does feel like the nature of that job is fundamentally different than what was originally intended, David, when we had a previous discussions about safety and security. I would also say to those that asked, there were a number of investments, and there continue to be investments made in the kind of the infrastructure and the hardware and so forth. So from that standpoint, there have been a number of investments made that, ensure some access control and also some safety from the office staff as well, and visibility to the front doors. So those were a lot of deliberate decisions that were made, but it does seem like the nature of the position is a little bit different in terms of the monitoring screens at the high school level. So I would be interested in understanding more how that fit with the original vision that the board had approved with the initial investment in personnel.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think our initial idea of kind of the campus safety was to, I think Gary mentioned it earlier, develop relationship with our students, being able to, welcome them into the building, and then once the doors are closed and locked, to be able to welcome appropriately, using good people skills, but good tenders of the South Burlington district, but making those connections to ensure that folks are able to be welcomed, but get to where they need to go, or be asked to leave in the most appropriate way. And so that's always been, I think, they were never intended to be police kind of people. They tend to be relational oriented with a keen eye on relationships. And if they noticed things that were inappropriate or troublesome, they would allow to exercise due diligence to say, you're not going to go in, and we're going to help get you some help so you don't, do other things. And again, we've worked hard. I think, Elizabeth, you're right. We've done door things. We've done double door entries and modifiers that way to allow restricted access, but still be friendly. So that was the initial intent. And, to date, we're doing that today, but I think the elementary principals will tell you they don't have a lot of those, they don't have the campus safety people at their buildings often, primarily high school and middle school with a little bit of coverage on occasion, but not much. So as I think one of the principals said, we haven't had a lot of coverage at the elementary. So we've never really been able to recognize and realize, the staffing that we, look for at all five.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just, I don't know where folks want to go next. I would say I'm probably about where Brian is in terms of, I think the items in C, I think those are somewhat reasonable reductions based on how they've been prioritized by administration. Some of the ones in B, probably a lot of the ones, or almost all of the ones in A, though, directly are going to affect student experience. And I'm having read through them and having listened to the explanations of them as we went through them. Personally, I'm not supportive of the ones that are in priority level A, but I don't know if we want to go through them line by line or if people want to discuss them as a group. I don't know what your pleasure is, others.
Well, I'll just say for my part, you fairly represented how I feel, so yes.
Yeah, and I've already explained, I think I understand what's in A pretty well, and I don't think we need to go there or should go there.
What about you, Elizabeth or Alex? Do you have any feeling about whether we want to go through those in more detail, or whether you have any thoughts on category A?
I'd like to save A for a future time, which hopefully never comes.
My feeling is that the only potential note I might make would be to kind of if we wanted to trade off anything in like the B category, which I'm hearing other board members have some potential concerns about, and I highlighted a couple myself, that we might look at more of a generic target for A's in a dollar figure amount and allow administration the opportunity to prioritize those as needed. But I would concur that I don't support all the recommendations as they've been made. I think these impact student programming a significant amount. I also would just make the comment, I know there were some suggestions that, you know, the board provide some relief to the superintendent around policy. And, you know, I would look at some of the specific suggestions, not only from the administration, but also from the community as more tactical in nature. And there was a lot of work that was done in terms of delivering the strategy that resulted in the ends policy that we currently employ. And I know, you know, David, you've cited it a number of times, but that was a process that really started, you know, a long time ago, and incorporated a lot of community feedback. And I see many of these as sort of one-year tactics to manage a current budget. But I also see, you know, a call for reevaluating the current strategy and, you know, the appetite of the community in terms of delivering on the ends as they exist right now. But policy changes do require some warning, some review, some community feedback and board deliberation. And that's not anything we've taken lightly before in terms of arbitrarily suspending policy to address tactical changes to meet an operating plan budget. So I do have that concern. You know, we went through a 2008 recession, and we proposed school budgets that the community supported. I can't remember if they required multiple votes or not, but we're certainly in a unique situation with COVID. And my concern is that, you know, students should continue to have an experience that delivers on the ends until that strategy is reevaluated in a longer term fashion. So again, I wouldn't support the entire package as suggested or outlined at this point. The only thing I would potentially say is a recommendation, if there's some trade-offs in the B category, that we might look at some of the A's, but leave it up to administration as we have done in the past.
So are you saying that you would sort of choose a target to say that, you know, between, you know, here's a target expense increase that then we would leave it to administration to do trade-offs between those, or how would you suggest structuring that?
Well, by way of example, Martin, you kind of led with stopping at the end of the B category, which is a tax rate of 5.9. My eyes are see it 5.92%, and a total expense increase of 3.81. So if there were specific things that you or other board members wanted to trade off in the B category, should we assign that dollar amount to an all other, whether it's A's or a disagreement with the board on the B's, for instance?
So just to make clear, I did think the last few items in the B category were getting a little too close to actually impacting the education of the students. And so where I landed really was where we end up in the B category, where we're about 4% of increase in the revenue, in the expenses. And frankly, I would trade off, I would keep the IT folks, trading that really off for the district HR staff, which is lower on this list. I'm just taking this list as the easiest are listed first and the hardest to keep on going down. But so I'm really right at about 4% is my target. And it's not arbitrary, it's 4% given the recommendations that administration has given. I think we can get to 4% without doing unnecessary damage to the programming, although it will be more difficult to deliver that program.
I would agree with that. I guess my one question, just to go back again on this transportation director, I got a little concerned to hear that, you know, our director of finance and operations would significantly have to change what his job looks like on a day-to-day basis if we were to eliminate that second transportation director. That's a bit concerning when you have a very high-level district person who's managing many different functions, having to devote a significant portion of his day to transportation specifically, because we have understaffed it. So I don't know if there's another word that can be said about that as we try to make a decision about very specific positions in the B category, because it feels to me like a little bit like we're struggling with exactly which positions, because a lot of it in B is positions, which positions to leave in or take out and why. And I'm just struggling with that, because replacing that functionality with someone whose time we really need in a lot of different places, I'm trying to understand whether that's a good trade-off or not. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can leave it there. Maybe we can leave it there for a moment. I mean, I guess, I don't know if it makes sense to everyone. I mean, if we feel like we've asked a lot of the questions that we want to ask, I don't know if this is a good time to start to dive into the 98 questions we have waiting for us in Q&A from the public, and whether we then sort of circle back after sort of hearing from the public a little bit on this, and move forward from there. I don't know what everyone else's pleasure is, but that might make sense.
Yeah, Bridget, I think that makes sense. The only thing, as long as we're talking about specific positions in the B category, I would also offer up, if 3 maintains the current district HR staff, I do think with the shift, well, with our employee base as well as with the shift to statewide healthcare during the terms of this, and without an awarded grievance procedure or a number of different elements to interpret that award, I would just offer a similar, similar feedback on that particular position.
Yeah, it just sounds to me like, at least for me, I'm struggling with almost all of the B category. As we kind of talk through each of them, I'm really struggling with just about all of these positions, just because of, there are a couple that I think, I could get my brain around, but safety and security, I just do really think is important. All of these are important in some way, shape, or form, and it's a struggle to let go of them to try to get a single budget passed, knowing that these are functions that we really do need to run the district appropriately.
Yeah, and my feedback there would be, I mean, I do take at face value. The prioritization has come from administration, so I take that at face value, that what we are looking at is sort of in order of decreasing priority or increasing priority, what the district is recommending and willing to absorb in terms of other roles. And I understand it's a hardship in any case, but I think the approach of minimizing the impact from a direct student standpoint has been appropriate in this particular situation.
I think the construct, again, Elizabeth points out that, again, I think absolutely on point where they're all hard. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been in the 2 previous budgets. So when we talk about meeting our ends, they were there for good reason. The prioritization is outlined kind of from C's to B's. Those upper C's are critical systems that support instructional system and delivery versus direct instruction. And then the bottom of that list is direct impacting instruction. But let's be clear that they all have a particular and important purpose on how we support systems for direct instruction. But there's some differentiation there, and that's the hard work that we've tried to do, and it's not been easy. This is never easy, and I have to say, administrators, worked very collaborative with me, but very defensively too for their children and their staff. So again, I think you're on point with what you said.
I would also point out, just because this, as always, David, is a hot button for me, is the original budget included a net increase over the prior year budgeted amount of 7 FTEs, I believe. There was an actual versus a budget amount of about 4, an additional 3, I think. I'm just ballparking numbers here, but the total of this is down 24 FTEs over the original budget, and then that nets out to 17 versus the actual from this current year, and then the proposed incremental. Is that approximately accurate?
It sounds right, Elizabeth. I'm not doing the exact math, but I think you're right. And, you know, I certainly own some variability in the FTE category. But again, to track back, there's some rationale on what those increases were. And again, I'm happy to give, you know, a little more clarity if you want at some point for those. Again, I added it because I knew that it was important to the board to be able to see kind of the FTEs that the district, you know, operates.
Right, and obviously it represents wages and benefits are 80% of our total budget. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so shall we start with questions from the public? Is everyone ready for that?
So I did want to, I know you're going to probably get to some others. We did have a, you know, that if you wanted to establish a target, there is a budget workshop sheet if you wanted to play with that. I think you probably do want to get the questions board, but you did have a budget workshop sheet that's accompany your work if you wanted to make what that looks like. But again, you do have tax rate and expenditure percentage, and I think you've outlined that. You may want to see what the net effect is on those and homes, et cetera. And then we also have, you know, the tax rate and that history, what that looks like if you wanted that as a kind of a benchmark as well. But we have those ready, but I understand that we got some questions, and I know that we have some students also that have been online too, from what it looks like. So again, whatever your pleasure is, Bridget.
I think it might be good to go ahead and get some community questions answered at this stage. And I think, you know, we can sort of, at least for me, it would be helpful to sort of hear some feedback at the same time, kind of be multitasking and processing, you know, some of the things that I've heard, and then maybe have a little bit more discussion amongst the board at the end of community questions, to give you a little bit of guidance about what we would hope to see for Monday's meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think you had also wanted to talk to us about Monday's meeting and what we would expect out of that meeting. So we should probably talk about that at the end as well, unless you want to talk about that now.
No, I think it's good. I think you're moving along well. I think you may want to set a time limit here. You know, do you want to go for 45 minutes? And I don't know what you're thinking, leaving some time. And I think I want to be really fair to the people who are online, who may have questions, how, you know, if they want to email their questions in, those that we don't get to, because it sounds like we might not get to everybody. And
yeah, we have 106 questions right now. I know some of those are answered at the outset of the meeting, and they were about, you know, all of us sort of starting to get started together, but we have at least 90 questions. I doubt that we are going to be able to manage to get to all of them. I think that rather than, with the volume of questions that we have, it might make sense for me to read them and move through that way, as opposed to having people mute and unmute and all of that. We're just going to take up a really long time trying to do that. So I think maybe we should try to get through some of them. And if I come to ones that are very similar to ones that we've already had, I will sort of just mention that we have one that's very similar to one we've had and apologize and move forward. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah.
Yeah, Bridget, one quick comment. One, if somebody doesn't get a question answered, I think because we are going to meet Monday, let's make sure we have some way to catalog that from a response standpoint.
Yeah.
But I wondered, David, if you wanted to just give a quick update on letter that was received and the guidance from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. I do want to also mention to Bridget that our student reps, both Cole and Delaney, our student school board reps are on, and maybe you might want to allow them to have at least ask their questions. I know that.
Oh, sorry about that. I thank you for that reminder. Cole and Delaney, before we move forward, do you want to ask any questions that you have right now or comments?
Yeah. So we're just opening them up. Yeah.
Okay.
I think Cole, you're unmuted now, and Delaney. Cole, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Good evening, Cole. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Cole.
Is Delaney on as well?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay. So, as our job is to be the student voice, Delaney and I thought that it is necessary to say how the students are feeling in regards to the budget issues. Teachers, coaches, club advisors, and Mr. Burke have all been circulating the list of possible cuts to next year's academic and co-curricular options. While we understand the warning to students saying their clubs and courses could be cut, this has added more stress to an already stressful situation. Students might not have known that 2 weeks ago would be their last meeting of their club or their last in-person class. While we've heard the need to trim down the budget, we also have seen a huge amount of support for keeping as much of the activities, sports, courses, and staff as possible, and we would like to reinforce that.
Personally, from my standpoint, coming from Georgia, a huge reason why I came to the South Burlington High School was because we had this expansive amount of classes, clubs, and sports, and I think seriously considering, and I know it's the A, I know it's lower on the list, but seriously considering getting rid of a lot of those clubs and sports and some AP classes is really detrimental. And I think it will really deter more Island and Georgia kids from coming to our school. And there are so many students, so many people that I know that rely on these extracurriculars for a sense of community in our school. I think just getting rid of these extracurriculars is going to end up in a substantial amount of backlash for the board. And I think it's going to be really hard on us, just like the last budget was.
And while we know there are a lot of things that we might not understand about what goes into creating a budget, we do know that having this level of change right after the huge change of switching to 100% remote learning for the rest of the school year will be terrible for students, and we hope that the board and district staff will not adapt any of the priority A cuts, and will instead consider a budget that is lower than what voters voted on in March, but has less cuts than this current proposal. Thank you for letting us speak.
Thank you. Thank you for your insight, Cole and Delaney. I'm sorry that it didn't occur to me that you were on a different setup in terms of not being panelists, and I apologize for not thinking about that. Thank you, David, for the reminder. Okay, so I think we should dive in on community questions. The first one I have is from Margot Rogers at 8:09. She said, given that the salaries and benefits are 85% of the budget, what is being done to negotiate better contracts? I have viewed them and was shocked at the generosity within them. They are far removed from what most of the community sees in their jobs. Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to take that, or we could sort of tag team on that since we're working on that, or four of us are working right now actively on negotiations. I don't know if you have a thought.
I mean, I can respond generally. I mean, one, we are in active negotiations with 3 of our collective bargaining units right now, and by law, we are required to bargain in good faith, and both parties are very interested in settling a contract in terms, in advance of each school year. We've been limited in the past because of some changes in healthcare to bargaining 1-year contracts. But many contracts are compared to comparables, and our board has been very active in trying to influence legislation that might address some of the variables that go into assessing comparables. We've been very active in different ways in terms of supporting efforts that might look at collective bargaining in different ways. But we also, enjoy very talented staff, and we compensate fairly and equitably, and compared to other districts. And we have a high percentage of seasoned staff, and that's reflected in our total wages and salaries and benefits as well. But that is a process that is governed by law, and we are committed to working with our collective bargaining units to develop, fair contracts.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to add
Thank
anything
you,
to that
Elizabeth.
or not.
I think that's great. I think, Margot, if you have more detailed questions, it would be good to email them to the board or bring them on Monday to that discussion, just so that we have time to get in several other questions, because there are quite a few of them. The next one is from Justin Palmer. He asked, could someone briefly explain what the budgetary situation is right now in light of the rejection last month of the budget proposal? Does the rejection of the proposal mean that the district have to work within last year's budget, or does it mean something else? And I'll answer briefly, unless David, you want to add anything to it, which is the whole reason we're here right now is that the district under the city charter is supposed to bring to the public within a certain amount of time. In fact, in the city charter, we're supposed to bring to the public a revised budget for a revote, or we could bring the same budget. We're supposed to bring another budget to the public for a revote. That deadline was extended because COVID-19 kind of hit, and we are working right now through this process to try to come to a budget that we will bring to the community for another revote. Anything to add to that, David, or board members? Nope. Okay. Next question. Okay. Kara Strumbeck says, simply said, I'll take my hand down, but whomever loudly told you to make further cuts does not represent the SB community. If it's board members, who are they? And so that's not really a question, it's more of a comment. So I'll move along from that. And Dan Albrecht is sort of talking to Kara. I am going to skip some of these questions that are really comments back and forth between community members. I should have said at the outset, we ask in our board meetings that folks address the board when we're in person in meetings, and I think that's a good policy to keep while we're online as well. Otherwise, we get caught up in trying to read everybody's comments back and forth to one another, as opposed to the ones that are really directed toward the board. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to skim down a little bit. Okay, Ellen O'Grady says, I'm worried about these proposed budget cuts and the negative impacts that will have on South Burlington's children and our community. It was extremely unfortunate that the vote on the school budget occurred at the same time as the ballot measure proposing to rebuild the middle and high school for an exorbitant price tag. Given the uncertainty as to how these and other measures would potentially cumulatively impact taxes, many South Burlington citizens were probably reticent to vote for any proposals that would increase taxes. Moreover, subsequent reactions and suggestions to the budget may have also been tainted by the proposal for the school bond. In light of this, would it be possible to propose the original school budget that was on the ballot in March again without any revision? So I think we've kind of heard as a board from both sides of this issue a lot. We've heard definitely from voters who have said that they were frustrated with the budget aside from the bond vote. We have also heard from others like Elaine who have said that they are all for the budget, but that it kind of got conflated with the bond issue. And we do feel like there is a sentiment that the budget did need some cutting back. And so we are working to do that, as you can see from tonight, in a way that impacts students and their experience as little as possible. I don't know if other board members or David would like to chime in on the answer to that question. Anyone?
I think that's fair, Bridget.
Okay. All right. we'll move along. Okay. Cheryl Couture asks, I had to step away for a bit. This is a good overview of the budget reductions. Has there been a review of where budget increases are happening in relation to the prior year's budget? Several meetings previous, we did go through the sort of variance analysis versus last year's budget and this year's expenses to date, and the projection of what this FY20 budget will look like by the end of the year in terms of actual as opposed to budget. So we have done some of that analysis in previous meetings. Cheryl, so if you have other questions specifically about that, it would be great if you could email the board with those, because we have done that in previous meetings.
Can I respond as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
There were some areas of feedback from the community that were based on prior year run rate. So I do think we opened a little bit with that discussion, and we do have a couple outstanding areas that would have been relative to prior year budgets or prior year actuals that we might want to clarify on Monday.
Okay. Megan Bailey Finmore asks, what are the implications that Chromebooks aren't able to be repaired part by part, but need to be fully replaced and don't support a lot of the work that teachers and staff do in the classroom? Mike, I don't know if you wanted to add anything. I felt like you had a pretty solid answer to that previously, that you believed as director of learning that that had been kind of thought through, and that we felt like Chromebooks did support what was happening in the classroom. Do you have anything to add in response to that question?
Yes, only that we recognize that they won't serve all learning needs all the time in every case. So there will still be a need for, for certain activities. I think the community member mentioned STEAM, definitely. For specific specialized software, we see this. This is, but the move for most learning activities, we think that this is going to be a good base model for sort of a universal approach with exceptions.
I do want to add, Bridget, that, the Chromebooks, they're unreliable. These are devices that are made by solid manufacturers. Again, right now we're on a Dell contract, and they've been, very, very reliable and durable. Again, help desk obviously helps where there's issues, but the Chromebooks are similar make devices of high reliability. It's just that they're more cloud-based, as Mike indicated, and it requires, some workarounds in some places for some of those things that are in need.
Okay. Moving right along, Deanna Kerr asks, what about the money not being spent for sports? Why can't that be carried over to next school year? This has become ridiculous. Taking away their sports is not the answer. And so I'll take this on, and Amity, if you want to add anything. I mean, any money that isn't spent from this year's budget does get moved into the general fund balance that would go into not next year's budget, but the following year's budget. And so anything that isn't spent this year would be, but we don't know what that amount will or will not be at this stage yet. So there's no way to put it in next year's budget. So the state has a process for us putting it into not next year's budget, but the following year's budget as money carried over. And I think we sort of answered the question about sports in that the board, I think, is pretty much giving clear direction that we would not be encouraging the administration to take away any of the co-curriculars that are listed in category A at this stage. Anyone want to add to that? That was kind of my impression of where we are in terms of the discussion.
Yeah, the only that question's been asked is, are there anticipated savings associated with the continuous or the continuation of learning that's going on now? I think the converse question has to be asked as well, which is, are there increased expenses that we are incurring that maybe will have to be absorbed in this year's budget as well?
I think it's a fair question. we're doing everything we can to meet the needs as outlined in the directives, you know, and that's again, our educational continuance, nutrition, and providing the transportation to get it there, as well as childcare. So we're working hard on doing that. I think you're on point with if there are people thinking there's significant savings because of the state that we're in. I think that's an unfair assumption. And I think you're on point too, although we're trying to manage appropriately, just like we would at any time, to make sure we come in at within our budgeted amount. You know, but there are variables currently in play right now that are requiring us to really be watchful, you know, in certain areas.
I want to make just one comment. I'm trying to skip over a lot of the community back and forth, but there is some information that's not quite right in some of these comments back and forth. For example, there's a comment that says 60% of the overall increase for next year compared to this current year is for teacher salary and benefits, and that increase is somewhat baked in because the amount was established through prior negotiations with the teachers union, and their healthcare policy is going up quite a bit, like it is for most people. Teacher negotiations, as well as those with support staff and administrators, as we said earlier, is still open. And so there have to be amounts put into the budget as potential amounts for those increases, because those negotiations are contingencies essentially, because those negotiations are actually in still a reasonably early stage given all the things that have gone on in the district. So I just want to make sure that any information that's kind of passed back and forth between community members, it would be better to sort of follow up with board members if we don't get to a specific question or a specific comment, just to make sure that that information is accurate. Anyone want to add anything else about the teacher salary and benefit comment? Anyone? No? Okay. No. All right. TJ McClay says the IT staff are the ones working long hours right now to help teachers have the tools to deliver distance learning. Cutting that now after seeing how incredibly needed those support systems are seems disconnected from reality. So that's more of a comment than a question. I think we had a pretty similar discussion as we went through section B in that regard. Okay. Katie Crouch agrees with that comment. I'm just moving down a little bit. Caitlin Brouillard asked, I'm sorry if I mispronounced anyone's name, what are the potential athletic reductions and cuts at FHTMS? Those are listed in the spreadsheet. We can put it, actually, I don't think we have them listed out, do we, Amity? Do we have it? I think only at the high school did we list out potential cuts, but I think at this stage, we're not precisely talking about those, but we can certainly expand upon that if you want to send an email with that specific question, but I don't think right now, at least, the board's considering those cuts. Abby Crocker says, these cuts will be so hard for the kids and for those who would lose their jobs. I hope we can come up with a different solution. Melissa O'Brien says, what sports and activities are being cut in the second A1 line item? That was a question I had. If we got into section A in detail, it was a little unclear from what was listed there, which sports were actually being cut versus having fewer staff or maybe portions of them cut. It was a little bit confusing how it was listed. So I don't know. We can talk about it as we wrap up at the end, what we would like to see in terms of information for next week's meeting, for Monday's meeting. We may want to see that if those are still on the table at all. Sophia Merrick asked, how much does cutting specific programs such as NHS, which I believe is National Honor Society, save? National Honor Society is great on college applications. And I think, again, if you still want that question answered, you're welcome to email, and we can certainly answer specifically what the salary is related to that. But at this stage, again, I don't think that we're really focused on cutting those programs at this stage. Melissa O'Brien says, it's already impossible to get into driver's ed. What chaos will this reduction cause? Andrew Ham says, paying for private driver's ed, $750. That would be more than the tax increase from last budget. And Rich White says, it seems that since the board won't negotiate with the teachers union, maybe they should renegotiate service contracts with IT support providers, etc.
Can I just clarify that one, Bridget? The board
Sure.
doesn't.
Yep.
The board does negotiate with all our collective bargaining unions.
Yeah. Okay. Carrie Rice says these teacher reductions and class size increases to the elementary schools will be detrimental next year. These kids will be coming back with varying levels of proficiencies, and the adjustment to school after being away for almost 6 months is going to be a struggle. Okay. Oliver Pearson says the modified budget has average class sizes of 23 and 24 kids for multiple elementary school classes. This does not seem like a best practice. Is there any way to set a target of 20 students per class or fewer and try to respect that? So I would say that is our 23 and 24 kids, I think, is within our G6 policy guidelines for 4th and 5th graders. We do try hard to avoid class sizes that big for K through 3, and have successfully done so for the most part in the past. And I think as we've had that discussion, those FTEs that would have to have been cut to make those class sizes that big were really in the A category, and we've sort of put that discussion at least on hold, if not moved past it. John Stern asks, why are no administrator positions offered up in these reductions? So that would be a question for administration.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. I think as you looked at the individual schools and the enrollment numbers, again, we have, I'm going to say, the largest enrolled elementary schools with singular administrators. And then when you continue up, you've got a large population of our high school with major responsibilities to prepare our kids for the next step. And so we are well within, right where we need to be actually in comparison to our other elementary schools, similar size, who have assistant principals in a lot of those locations. And at the high school, in comparison to a Champlain Valley, where there's house directors, which are administrators in every one of the houses, in addition to assistant principal and a principal, we are absolutely not overstaffed, given the level of responsibility and expectations.
Does anyone else want to add anything to that?
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. And I think our current administrative staff are all working extremely hard, not just in this crisis, but previous to this crisis, given all the many different moving pieces in a district of this size. I think everyone has a lot on their plate. And some of the community suggestions for cuts in administrator positions, I think if we really sat down and talked through what each of those positions does, they're very, very important roles that really impact student experience on a daily basis. And so it would be really hard for the remaining administrators to pick up that level of workload if we were to cut one of them, especially some of those high school positions that were offered up as community suggestions for cut. One of the ones that comes to mind, for example, is the freshman dean, the 9th grade dean at the high school. And this year in particular is potentially the largest freshman class that we will have had at SBHS, and helping kids adjust, especially after they've missed a big chunk of their 8th grade year and are trying to move into high school, I think is going to be an incredibly important amount of work for next year. So Aaron Sutherland asked, how many students with emotional special education needs in the 2021 school year in grade 4 at Rick Marcotte Central School? This cohort has a lot of need. Please consider adding a teacher to this grade level. 24 students this year has been a wash. Add COVID-19, there is no learning being done. I worry for these children and teachers for next school year. So I think that is one of the positions that we had been, that is still in the budget. Am I correct, David, that is the 3rd grade this year that had a position added to it in order to handle the workload. Is that correct, or is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, sorry, just scrolling down past some community conversation here. Sarah Pineda says, would it be more beneficial to cut literacy and or math coaches versus classroom teachers? If they are considered that beneficial, how are you assessing their value and impact? Meaning if a coach is worth more than a classroom teacher, how are we ensuring they have a significant impact on student achievement? I think at this stage, we're not really talking about cutting classroom teachers from where we are at the moment. Is that correct, David? Just to clarify.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move past that question. Okay. I know we said we were going to try not to ask multiple questions, but some of these are fairly relevant. John Stern asks also, sorry, impossible to follow. What is the total number of enrollment increase across all schools? One number in one budget doc suggests that with these budget increases, we are talking 50,000 increase for each new student or 28,000 against the increase in fully loaded salaries. Why?
I can respond a little bit in part for that. One of the reasons, I don't know if these numbers are accurate that John mentions, but one of the reasons is we would have to build anything in an operating budget inclusive of stewardship would apply to a per pupil spending number. So that I don't know if you've got new information, or we may do this Monday, but what the impact would be on per pupil spending, David?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak to our current per pupil spending. You know, in the 19, I don't have what is currently in the queue in the state, but I want to be clear that we are not the top spender. We rank currently in 19. We are 108. So we are well below. We're nowhere near the top. We're 107 are spend more than us in Vermont. So when people think we're a high per pupil spending district, that is not the case. Again,
okay.
I can get you the newer, but again, I don't even know that it's not available yet, Elizabeth. I think the only thing that's available is the 2019 data.
Well, I'm interpreting the question is really just applying the total incremental budget recommendation against the higher enrollment number.
Yeah, and you can't. And again, we've talked about this in the past. It's just not an accurate apples to apple comparison. I mean, you have some districts that are embedding significant dollars in their expenditure lines, some that are not, based on even like facility upgrades, stewardship planning, and so that's always been. It's not an appropriate calibrator. You really need to go by the per pupil spending amount because of the factors that are in there.
Well, at a minimum, I would just suggest for Monday we speak to sort of the total summarized budget sheet, which would have the per pupil spending and that change over prior year.
Yep, I got you. And again, that can be done from your in the worksheet.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Carol Adair has a comment that says, losing almost anything in the A category seems like it would be incredibly detrimental to our kids, schools, and community, especially given increasing class sizes and needs. So that's more of a comment. Margot Rogers says, I'm curious too about potential savings in transportation by providing it outside a certain radius from the school or other similar ideas. I think that is a common practice in other areas of the country. How much savings could be achieved by such a policy change such as this? Not full removal of transportation, but considerations like this. And I believe we talked about this as a district before I came on the board. Did we not, David? Did we talk about only providing it for children who were outside a certain radius from school?
That's correct. You know, it's not as easy as simply drawing a radius around the school. I mean, I think important for people to note is, you know, we've got some schools, you can't draw a circular radius, you know, around Rick Marcotte because you got you got Williston Road, students can't easily cross Williston Road to get to school in the morning. So we have to run transportation, which is, 500 feet across the road, right? So there are complications to that. Again, I think you heard Gary speak earlier about, we do think there's opportunities to do some adjustments to that, particularly when you think about Rick Marcotte School and the new Market Street. And, that changes the game when Market Street wasn't open, years ago or a few years ago. And so that does change the opportunity, not just about access, but it's also about safety. It's about, are the sidewalks plowed adequately for kids to, go to and from? Those are components that need to be coordinated. And, we're mindful of the locations where students may walk. We want to be careful that it's not, down a singular dark road, et cetera. So we do apply some safety and security stuff to that as well. But I think you're on point with, we've looked at it. We've stressed some of those pieces. We've made some adjustments, and we're certainly open to make more as the city changes, kind of infrastructure.
Okay. Todd Kinnison asked, is there a known timeline for when a new proposal would actually be put before the community for a vote? I'm not familiar with the process. So we are going to talk about that, I think, at the end of this. So I'll move past that, but we're going to talk about timeline, and we've had that discussion in previous ones. So Elizabeth, that doesn't have her last name, says, I hope the board can be patient and consider all sides of the budget before cutting teachers at the elementary schools. This is a huge decision to make that will impact so many students for years to come when there are larger class sizes, especially for students with more challenges and higher needs. Paul Sella asks, where can we download the proposed reductions document? So David, this is the one, I believe he's referring to the one that we're talking about, the spreadsheet that Amity shared through her screen. Is that going to be available on the district website?
Yeah, we certainly can post it up. It's not up now, but we can post the sheet up on our website. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Margaret Buffard asks, how can the board consider cuts to school safety and security? Isn't this absolutely our highest priority with the current state of affairs in this country regarding school safety? Very unsettling for a parent.
Again, I think it's important that we recognize that our doors are locked. I think people sometimes wonder that our doors are open. Our doors are locked all the time except first thing in the morning when kids are coming in. So this does mean that our doors stay locked, and in order to get in, you got to be buzzed in. And so we're not changing that requirement and obligation. How we do it is certainly being proposed to change under the current, some of the direction that I've provided in the C categories.
Okay. Diane Jewell has a question I think we've mostly answered, but we'll read it because there's sort of a comment embedded in it. She says, given the current economic climate, wouldn't it be possible appropriate to approach the teachers union and request a pay freeze to free up salary dollars for this year's and or next year's budget? If taxes increase to accommodate next year's budget, and then again for future school renovations priced at a minimum of $55 million and home reassessments, people simply won't be able to live in South Burlington anymore. So many of us in the community support the schools and appreciate all that educators and coaches have done for our community. My understanding is that people are frustrated because they can't afford the continued increases, not that they want drastic cuts or for people to lose their job. So I think we've answered the question embedded in there about negotiations with the teachers union and the fact that that is going to have to be decided at the negotiating table. And we'll move forward to the next comment. Jessica Edwards says, a comment for special educator administrative assistant. They do more than just Medicaid. They are an integral part of our special ed teams. They support coordinating special education subs daily in the morning while we are trying to get to students. They do extensive copying, laminating to help us create adaptive materials for our students with the most. They help coordinate time schedules of staff, and they significantly support us with general maintenance and management of paperwork demands so we can be with kids. it would put an undue burden on special educators and our team to do our jobs with kids as effectively. I think that's a comment to take into consideration as we think about which things to leave in and which to take out. Okay, Todd Kinniston says, having read Margot's very thoughtful summary, so this is part of the conversation that had gone on in the Q&A, I am in complete agreement with the suggestion to consider the budget cuts that have been proposed by those outside of the board. It appears as if these suggestions have not even been looked at. I'm all for providing our kids the best education possible, but find the salary figures to be outrageous, especially in today's uncertain economic climate. So I just want to clarify that part of what Amity did at the beginning, before we started to go through what the administrative team proposed as tiers C, B, and A of cuts, she did go through a portion of those suggestions to understand why and how we considered them. And I think all of those suggestions were certainly considered as the administrative team met in each of the buildings and at the district level to lay out the priorities and the different cuts that they did propose. Anyone want to add anything to that? Okay. Aaron Sutherland says, I think we need to protect class sizes at elementary as many are over 24 over any types of alumni position. Is that not something someone can volunteer to do? Kristen Romick says, I second what Jess Edwards said about our special education administrative assistants. Not having them would be a significant loss to special educators and our students. Catherine McCabe says, how will our school's efforts to support diversity and equity be continued with the elimination of the only position dedicated to that role? So I guess this is a question for David.
Yeah, again, been important. It is important, but I also want to state that we have made great gains and we have helped people to understand diversity, equity, and inclusion. We have a long ways to go still, but we have been very fortunate that we have, as a district, put significant time, energy, resources, and professional development. And I think we've moved a lot of people to be thinking differently. We are not at ground zero start. We are in a different place. And I feel like it would be great to be able to have, as many people have mentioned, but we're also, as I said earlier, trying to make reductions as far away from, the direct instruction component. And again, a lot of our staff have stepped up and are strong advocates and good trainers now of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, I would like not to, but again, this was what I was asked to do, to make some hard decisions, or recommendations, I should say.
Okay. I am so sorry. I'm just noticing, I'm not noticing for the first time, but I'm looking at the time. I want to make sure that we get to all questions. I'm going to start to skim through a little bit faster. Any questions that are just questions that we've already heard from someone else, just to make sure that we're not missing any topics. I really apologize if I have to skip over someone for tonight. I am definitely going to be skipping over folks who have asked more than one question, just because we need to make sure that everyone gets some opportunity. And we will, and then we have a couple of hands that have been raised for quite some time, and we'll try to get a couple of those questions in. And then I think we need to wrap up with a little bit more board discussion and then move on with our agenda, just given the hour of the evening. Is everyone okay with that, board and administrators?
Yeah, there are a lot of comments as well, Bridget, which I know you originally were going to kind of focus on the questions.
Yeah.
I assume we can capture these some way so that there's at least a record of what was said by the public in the meeting. Is that accurate?
Is that correct, Steve? Is there a way that we have just to have a list of these questions that are kind of attached to the board meeting?
we can manually do that. I don't think there's an option that I want to just say yes, 100%. Looks like there's some pieces. I can look into that, but
I think the worry, it doesn't, right now, we're trying to figure that out off of Zoom. Can we, once the meeting ends, can we gather all the questions? There's a worry there. So I think it would be good for anybody who did not get their questions answered, Bridget, to either copy them and paste them into an email so that we make sure we can get to them.
That can be done. I just did it. I took some and copied them into Word.
Okay.
Yeah. If we do it manually, that's what we're saying.
So we'll do that. We'll do that right now. So that's good. Again, we're working with the functionality of the questions, so we'll do it. Thank you.
Dan Emmons says, what kind of effort has been made to work with the SBEA or the SBEA work with the board and administration to be willing to absorb more healthcare costs to offset the increases? If they took on 7 to 10% more, how would it affect the need to cut teachers? Can there be a proposal of a freeze in pay increases to the SBEA in order to look out for the greater good of the students? In light of the current climate, this should not be a tough question. With regard to healthcare costs, there's not really an option for teachers to take on more of their healthcare costs. That's been decided at a state level. And so we're sort of in a status quo situation for the rest of this calendar year. And then there is a state award that kicks in starting in January of next year. Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to say anything more on the healthcare side of things.
Just that the healthcare is bargained at the state level, and there's an award in place through 2022, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'm just skimming through. Sorry, it's taking me a minute to skim through because there was a lot of back and forth in terms of meeting with each other. Again, I'm gonna move past some people who have asked a lot of questions already. Andrew Ham has a question. He's asked a question, but this one is, I think, interesting for people who are not aware of how that spreadsheet was calculated. It says if 4% is the target, is CLA of 4% also then on top of that? I don't know if you want to put the spreadsheet back up, but the spreadsheet calculated two things. It had the expense increase that would result as we got through that list of different prioritized cuts. And then it also had what the tax impact would be. So if 4% is the target of expense increase, then the CLA does have an impact on top of that. So it's not completely 4% plus 4%. It doesn't get you all the way to 8%, but a 4% increase in the expense rate, about 4.08 is one of the line items in here, would lead to a tax rate increase of 6.26% based on the statewide factors that we have. And then Matthew Vigneault asks, is the board considering postponing the budget vote given the recommendations from the Secretary of State's office and the fact that the governor has waived the deadline for budget votes? Perhaps taking more time would be in order.
Do you want me to talk about that a little bit
Yeah, why don't we
now?
talk about that for a minute? We're going to talk about it anyway, so why don't we go ahead and talk about it since we have a question about it.
So, I think that, to be clear, there's a lot of updates and things that are changing on a daily basis. We did get an elective bulletin update through Donna Kinville, our clerk here in South Burlington, and in that update, there is some guidance about providing flexibility to voting, setting those vote dates. Again, we have some requirements that after the first no vote, you had 30 days. So there's been some expanding opportunities there where you can postpone your meeting. So there is some options there for the board to consider. But I think the other side of this is that we have situations where how much farther would you postpone it? We're currently now at May 7th for a revote. Would you push it to June? And if you push it to June, we have a lot of our staff that are certainly anxious and working hard to meet our student needs and nervous about the coronavirus, but they're also nervous, about their contract as well. So if you push it too far, then you continue to have those levels of anxiety. As far as the voting, again, there's been some discussion, board, about how to do that. Instead of using all 3 polling places, there's been some discussion about setting up the high school and the middle school as its main polling place where people can drive or walk, park and walk to a voting station, but basically use our open parking lot to set up 3 or 4 lines where cars can come in, get their ballot, stay in their car, appropriately social distance, take the ballot, use their own pencil or pen because it's going to be hand scored anyway, pull forward, to complete that, drop it in the vote bucket, and use our bus loop here at the middle school to go back out and about. So we've talked tentatively about kind of those kind of logistical pieces, but there does appear to be some flexibility in the vote date. So that's what I know at the moment. There are some other districts like us that are also wondering, what this means to them as well. So anyway, we have currently set a May 7th date, and that's where we currently are.
A quick comment and add to that, though, that direction was exclusive of any consideration for other contractual obligations the district has, and ramifications of, not moving forward on existing contracts as well.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on, Denise Walters says, why would you stop at the B and C items and not address increasing teachers level A items? Would it be possible to freeze hiring for the next year of additional teachers and address those potentially needed positions for the following year? Anyone want to take this one?
I missed the question. I'm sorry, Bridget.
No worries. Why would you stop at the B and C items and not address increasing teachers level A items? Would it be possible to freeze hiring for the next year of additional teachers and address those potentially needed positions for the following year? I mean, honestly, this is really more a question for the board. Yep. Because David has put forward his list of potential cuts in priority level. I would say for myself, many of those level A items that really require increasing teachers are really in reaction to increasing enrollment, both at the elementary and at the high school level in terms of the big freshman class and needing enough FTEs to really keep those class sizes within reason. And we've just seen at elementary level, when we let class sizes slip outside of those guidelines or get, right up against them, behavior becomes an issue. Really what the kids are getting out of some of those classes is less than what children in smaller classes are getting. And I think I would be really concerned about asking elementary students to just sort of wait for an additional year. Some of them are already in classes this year that are quite tight and are having a pretty tough year this year, given some enrollment that came in the middle of the year that we've been trying to address. So asking those students and those teachers to wait for an additional year for some relief, I would be pretty uncomfortable with as a board member. I don't know if other board members want to weigh in on that one.
Yeah, just a quick comment. All of the level A's are not increases. They're preserving some existing programming. So just to clarify that there's a mix in there.
Well, yeah, and I just want to speak to support Bridget. I mean, I think we're trying to cut out the things that aren't immediately relevant on a surface level to the student experience, trying to address questions of affordability while keeping the best education that we possibly can. It was David's job to put everything necessary or possible on the table, and it's our job to say what we think we can live with. And for my part, I don't future living with those level A cuts. That's where I am.
I want to chime in on this too, because the B and C cuts are going to affect the student experience. And I've got 2 students who are going to be affected by it. And I'm just looking through the cuts there. They're going to miss out. So B and C does not mean it doesn't matter. These things are important too. And
that's fair, Alex. Thank you.
Yeah. They affect the kids. And my kids are going to miss them, and a lot of other kids are going to miss them.
No, you're right. Thank you, Alex.
And I'll weigh in as well. I mean, I agree with what you said, Bridget. I think you explained that well.
Stacy Savage says, more of a comment than a question. In light of these unprecedented times we are experiencing, I think the financial picture in general is bleak. Listening and looking at this proposal, none of the cuts are easy. I don't think anyone would deny that. However, the community is losing jobs and security more and more each day. At this time, anything other than level funding would be unrealistic and irresponsible from this administration and board. I think at this time we should treat comments as we normally would during a regular in-person meeting and say thank you for your comment and kind of move on as best we can. Devin Brody says, my wife and I moved to Vermont from Minnesota this January. We chose to live in South Burlington specifically because of the great schools. Now, with budget cuts causing increased class sizes, we are nervous about the quality of the public schools diminishing before our children even enroll. We know that Vermont is trying to encourage younger people to live and work here. How does the board expect cuts to affect the decision-making of parents who want to ensure a great education for their kids? Thanks. So I would say, I think that's why we're focused on trying to focus on items that sort of frankly make things tougher for the adults in the district to manage the district, but will be less impactful to the day-to-day experience of the students in the classrooms. Al Margulia says, if I understand correctly, we've got 180 people at the meeting tonight. At one point it was 285, but we've gone on long enough. We've started to lose some people, understandably. There's been a lot of talk about cuts. The community is recommending. I think a broader group of community members are present tonight. Can we get a sense for the level of support among attending community members for different levels of cuts, C, B, and A, perhaps a show of hands? This may provide a more comprehensive way to enable public participation tonight versus only getting to the individual questions that time permits. I think, Al, that's going to be really tough given our experience with the technology so far. I think it's really hard to take that kind of a straw poll in a Zoom meeting, given our level of facility with it. I would prefer that everyone who would like to weigh in would send us an email. I think that would be a better way of handling that.
And I was going to suggest
other people have other ideas.
The Facebook groups that are out there would be a great way to do that sort of polling, and perhaps somebody in one of those groups wants to put out a Survey Monkey or something like that.
Yeah, Alex, I sort of disagree. I'm sorry about the Facebook groups. I think the Facebook groups in general reach very specific folks who are very active on Facebook, and I think it's a less broad perspective than folks. I would really like to hear directly from people, if possible, by email. I think that is, as a board member, in terms of trying to get an understanding of where the community is, that's much more helpful to me than what's happening on social media. I don't know what other board members feel, but that's kind of where I am.
Bridget, if I could just respond to Al's suggestion, I think the challenge with any kind of a straw poll using any venue is it really represents a subset of the voting community. So it's potentially of interest in a snapshot way, but that's really why board members were elected, is to hear from constituents and then really weigh that in around the mission of the schools and make a recommendation that ultimately does get voted on.
Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Tricia Gustafson says, I think it's important to make note of David's and Elizabeth's comments about the importance of going back and revising the district's ends to create a sustainable educational model where the students' families get what they actually need, not necessarily all the wants, and that the community can financially support. Yes, the state needs to also look at the educational funding structure as well. The current situation is just not sustainable. I just want to be clear, David and Elizabeth, I didn't hear you saying that we need to go back and revisit the ends. But I understood that to mean more that if we were to make significant changes away from those ends, we would have to go back to that process again. I don't know if either of you were really suggesting that we do that at this juncture.
No, I was really
Right.
reflecting on the fact that our current ends are a reflection of a long strategic planning process that involved a number of stakeholders, and that if we were to revisit that, we should look at a similar inclusive project, and it's definitely longer term.
Yeah. David, do you have anything to add about that?
I'm in agreement.
Okay. Dan Albrecht says, board members, you need to allow a mechanism for people to testify. That is the purpose of a public meeting. You need to create a sign-in list mechanism. Otherwise, you may be in violation of open meetings law. And it looked like we got that comment cut off. Oh, you did this at the last meeting and it worked okay. At the start of this meeting, you said each member of the public would have 2 minutes to testify. Is that still happening? I think that given I think we're just in a volume situation at this point, which is why we've kind of gone to reading folks' comments. And we were also really struggling with the technology to get people in a timely way, unmuted from our end and from their end. We're going to try at the end of this. We're just about to the end of questions. If people continue to bear with me, the written ones, I think there are still some hands up. We're going to try to let people speak, but I do feel like people are getting their questions and comments into the public record in this way. And I think we're kind of in unprecedented times at the moment, and all of us are doing our best to make sure that the public has an opportunity to be heard and have their questions and comments both entered and answered as best we can. Elizabeth, do you want to weigh in on that, or anyone else?
Yeah, this is always one of the tough things about a board meeting it's sometimes difficult to explain sometimes, but we're always interested in public feedback. But this is also happens to be a meeting of the board in public. So we're trying to accommodate getting feedback versus like testimony per se, but the intent is really to give an opportunity to provide that feedback in what is a new setting for all of us. But we're getting this in writing, we're getting it in emails, we're getting it in voicemails, and we have this chat function and Q&A that's documented now that we can incorporate into our deliberations.
Okay. Srini asks, how are you going to engage with community on suggestions before April 6th? You have not offered to meet with the key community members on getting alignment and understanding.
Bridget, can I respond?
That would be great. Thank you.
Sure. I mean, I think first of all, meeting is difficult. I think at one point, I know I had expressed, and I think Bridget, you did as well, the willingness to meet with any subset of the community or individual community members. I think that's kind of off the table right now with social distancing. I think we're getting that feedback now. I think we have tried to be pretty responsive. The administration in particular has tried to be responsive to specific questions and suggestions, and we do have some outstanding areas that I think we owe a response on. But I think this is the process by which the board and the community kind of gain some alignment and understanding. And if there are still outstanding questions, this really is the process the board goes through to get to recommending a specific budget that would go on a subsequent ballot.
Yeah, we're available to anybody in the community. We've got email, voicemail. I took a call today. It's not that we aren't reaching out or not offering to meet with people. We're available.
Yeah, and I have to say, for at least one community member, I had, previous to the social distancing, I had said, we would be willing, Elizabeth and I especially would be willing to sit down with a group of community members to talk about suggestions and all of that. And I was told, I'm not sure what small group you're talking about, because this is the majority of South Burlington who voted no on the previous budget. So there was some pushback there about meeting with a subset of community members. And so I agree with Alex that, you know, we should continue to take questions via email, via phone call. We're happy to discuss these issues. I feel like David and his team are doing a good job of trying to respond line item by line item about the community suggestions that we've had. And I think there's more to come on that on Monday. But I think that this is not at this juncture a meeting where we can really have a very extensive conversation or presentation by community members. It's just not the venue. So I have a few more questions and comments to get through. Heather O'Clair says, I hear that you want to make students experience the best they can have at school. If the taxes are so high, parents cannot afford any outside classes, that would benefit their experience as well. Catherine McCabe says, is it possible for the board to share with the community members dollar amounts for the monthly property tax increase they will see? I have been doing some research into myself as I am under contract for a home in South Burlington, and it's my understanding that there are tax abatements for folks with incomes under $139,000. And for those without the abatements, we're talking something like $120 a year. And David, I mean, do you happen to have in front of you what it would be for the average home or any of those metrics, given more, you know, closer to the amount that we were talking about tonight? I know that we had those numbers in the budget worksheet for previous iterations of the budget, but I don't know where we are in terms of the per house value. I think it might be easiest to email that to Catherine, or once we've taken some things out of the budget that we've discussed tonight, we'll go through that budget worksheet again at that stage to really talk about what that looks like for condos, homes, and per $100,000 value.
Bridget, if I could make a suggestion, just while we're going through the balance of the questions, maybe if we on the worksheet, if somebody could just load in everything through the Bs, just to see a relative impact, since there's been some discussion amongst the board around those items, not necessarily all inclusively, but just it would be an order of magnitude.
Yeah, Amity, are you still on?
And I have those numbers. If you want me to say them right now, I can do that.
Okay, and this is based on, and before you say them, what level of expense increase are these based on, and tax rate increase?
These are based on all the C and B amount of reductions. Just, you know, they may change a little bit, but that would be a 3.81% expense increase.
Yeah.
5.92% tax rate increase. So what that would mean on a $100,000 assessed value is $95 per year, or for the year, excuse me. And on a 231,356 condo, that would be $220 for the year. And on a home value of 336,100, that would be $319 per year.
Thank you for that, Amity. Thanks for that quick turnaround. I appreciate it. Olivia Kane says, our current environment in this pandemic is impacting children and their academic and social emotional development significantly. Further cuts will also impact children in a school year when they need the most support in their schools. The consequences of making this decision in our current state will be profound for children. I encourage the board to be patient with this decision, as the repercussions will be felt greatly by students. Nolani says, as an early college student, cutting Nordic means cutting one of the only ties I still have at SB. Since the season is over, it won't affect me personally, but Nordic skiing was a huge part of my experience at SB, 4 years, 2 of which as captain, and I would hate for the dedicated middle schoolers who are looking forward to being part of the team next year to lose that amazing opportunity. Andy Samara says, board members and Superintendent Young, thank you for your work and dedication to our schools in this time of crisis. When we are back to school, the impact on children will have been significant. They will need what our schools have to offer more than ever. We need continuity of staff and programming to educate and serve the children of the community. Andre Brown says, this is super disappointing. Isn't the point of a board meeting to have the public engaged in civil discussion about the future of the community, the school, and the benefit for the students? By not allowing the public speak doesn't create a true democracy for the people you represent. Only having people comment doesn't fully show the emotions people will have. If they're not talking about sports and clubs, but most of the public does, they should divert the meeting for a bit to address the public rather than saying we will not talk about it. The lack of leadership is disappointing.
Well, we are getting to that in a few minutes, aren't we?
Yep, in just a few minutes.
I feel like, I would be remiss. I mean, we're in very difficult and different times, and I think the board has dedicated a lot of time to try to be available. In the past years, we've been diligent about having meetings, and our meetings generally haven't been that well attended on a regular basis. We would welcome more attendance as hopefully we change and transition back into more normalcy. But I think, through this methodology, we know we miss not being in person, but we're doing the very best we can. And I think board members have dedicated a lot of time to try to listen. And again, I think case in point tonight, as we look at 10 minutes of 11, and we're still trying to do it. So,
okay, I think I've skimmed through the rest of the comments. I apologize to folks because I know how important every comment and question is. Everybody that I've skimmed through has had a chance to ask a question or make a comment previously in the meeting. There are 3 hands that are up right now. So if we could just a few more minutes bear with us, it would be great to hear these questions. So Steve, if you could unmute Annie Luke. She's had her hand raised for quite some time.
She's unmuted.
Good to go.
Okay. Hi, everybody. This is very short, believe me. I'm heartened to hear that you have indeed worked on decreasing the budget a good amount. Thank you for that. My question relates to the computers that you were talking about a little bit earlier, the budget relation to that. You're showing a need in your budget book for $500,000 toward computers, yet you're only reducing about $75,000. I don't think that's sufficient. I was wondering if, well, you indicated that you furnish computers to each student. Why not have parents who can afford computers buy them or furnish them themselves? That could certainly help your overall figures a lot. Thank you.
David, do you want to take that one?
Sure. I think, why isn't the savings bigger? Again, we continue to hold on to our computers, but there are new purchases. And what Mike outlined on the IT side was that the replenishment of the new computers would be the Chromebooks. And so there's some savings as a result of that. On a going forward basis, we have prided ourselves in trying to making sure we're equitable to all of our students. And, we're lucky that when we purchase the computers, they all have the things that we need to make the connections that we need in the classrooms. So they have the right components and the software, and they're able to be serviced efficiently by our help desk. When you start to get different devices, connectivity, software, licensing, and then it gets exponentially more expensive when you start to get individualized in that manner. So believe it or not, it actually is a cost saver for us not to try to have all of these different devices that then can't necessarily provide access in an equitable manner.
Okay, Steve, can you unmute Dan Albrecht? He's had his hand up for quite some time too.
Yes, he's unmuted.
Okay.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hey, thanks a lot. You guys are doing yeoman work here, doing so many hours, so I appreciate that. And so first comment, and again, we're dealing with this at the Regional Planning Commission where I work, of how to have our board meetings and things like that, and we don't have 150 people in there. So I guess keep trying to figure out a way, and maybe there's a way you can set up a sign-in sheet or a protocol or raising of the hands or something Because some people may, obviously the Q&A thing, some good stuff in there, and then it degenerates into a debate forum, and I'm guilty of that. But my main comments are, first of all, really appreciate David creating a spreadsheet like that. I think it was really helpful to you guys. It really gets into the nitty gritty. And unfortunately, you are in a situation where you've got to make the tough choices. So having that level of detail is really awesome. I think it was really eye-opening for all of us on the call to see all these different, you know, the nuts and bolts of creating a budget. Lastly, Madam Chair, can you clarify a little bit your response to my question, or I made an assumption that salary and benefits were baked in, but they're not, and so apparently, can you elaborate on that? Does the board have some leeway to go to the teachers and say, the economic freight train is barreling down on us? What do you guys want to do?
Go ahead, Elizabeth. Go ahead.
If you want, Bridget.
Yep, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're in active negotiations, and economic conditions are part of active negotiations. So I'll leave it at that without, you know, and couple that with the fact that we're obligated by law to negotiate in good faith. So certainly, the economy is factored into any negotiation.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Okay. And Steve, can you unmute Sriram Srinivasan?
Muted.
You're good, Bridget.
Srini, can you unmute yourself? It looks like Steve has unmuted you. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate everyone's efforts to stay this late. I just want to make two specific comments. First of all, David and the rest of the administrators, I really appreciate your willingness and efforts to, you know, take a further look into opportunities and in the right direction. But I think there are more opportunities here to further look into. To that end, I would encourage you to reach out to us. We don't have to meet face to face. A group of us can meet with you through Zoom when time permits, and I think that the engagement will open up more possibilities, I believe. So I would encourage the administration to think about that between now and April 6th. And then I just want to say that there is a lot going on. There is a lot on everyone's plate here. So I don't think we should really rush into scheduling a voting process unless we believe that we have a budget that we believe would make the next vote. So I would encourage everyone to think about it from that perspective and put all the efforts to make sure that we propose a budget, not set any arbitrary targets now and assume that it will go through. So I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no more hands raised, and everyone's been super patient. Thank you for letting me go through a lot of the details of questions and comments. Everyone who has stuck with us. Is there any more board discussion or guidance that we want to give David ahead of our meeting on Monday?
I don't know if there's any point in discussing the date anymore right now, or if that's something we need to think about and discuss on Monday.
Yeah, I think relative to the date, I think there needs to be some follow-up with the city clerk as well as with legal to see how the guidance that was given today coincides with other obligations we have and sort of the downstream impact of delaying further. And then I would also kind of suggest that based on some of the board feedback on the B priorities, that the administration give some consideration to where there might be some offsets within some of the A categories. But I'd like a little bit of time to kind of look through the comments again and digest the deliberations tonight.
I'm in agreement with that. Okay. So with that, oh, we have one more hand raised. You guys bear with me for one last community question. Jeffrey Bennett has his hand raised. Steve, can you unmute him?
Hi, thanks. I'm a teacher at South Burlington, and in regards to one of the B items about the diversity and equity position, I was just curious if that were to be eliminated, would there be anyone else who is dedicated to diversity and equity at the district level, which is something we've been working on, as David Young was talking about. We've been working on it a lot. There's still a lot more that could be done and that we want to do as professionals. And as I hear that maybe trade-offs going on between B and A and stuff like that, I'm curious, what other supports are there at the district level for diversity and equity?
I'm happy to just answer that. Thanks, Jeff, for asking. Again, tough, these are tough decisions. Obviously, nothing goes away, and we want to continue to do our work. But as you know, we have other district leaders that, continue to embrace this work, and it would fall under other district leadership to make sure that those important components stay embedded. So our director of learning, our director of support services, myself, would have to ensure that those endeavors continue to move on, and all the administrators as well. Again, we've put important resources in, and we're continuing to learn every day. But that would be the net result. Yeah.
Okay. All right, with that, do I dare? I think we move on to agenda item, what's written as 12 on our agenda, because we eliminated agenda item number 11. So we will move on to number 12, negotiations update. So Elizabeth, I don't know if you want to give a little bit of an update on teachers.
Sure. I think there's nothing different than our meeting last week, where we are really looking to pursue continuing negotiations vis-a-vis venues like Zoom. That's kind of where we stand right now.
Excellent.
And I believe Martin and I are going to be reaching out to the support staff for the same conversation.
Okay. Moving on to item number 13, other paper articles. I'm just looking, I don't know that I see a list in here. We just discussed them last week. Thank you, Alex, for getting an article submitted to the other paper. There we are. Thank you. For next week's issue. Appreciate that. And so I believe the next one that I have on the list is Delaney writing on mental health. And so that article would be due on April 30th to run in the May 7th issue.
And I know there was some discussion on having different forums for Delaney or Cole to do the student experience kind of issue. I don't know, Elizabeth, you had talked about reaching out to the other paper. Was there any response or has anything happened?
I didn't reach out to Carol specifically, but I think that would be an area that, I would look to Patrick and David to sort of say what's an appropriate amount of time that we feel a student has had enough experience to really articulate in an article, whether we got a second shot at it from a board standpoint, or we incorporated some space in a future edition, so that we could figure out when the best time is to communicate kind of what the student experience has been. I'm assuming we'd probably want to go toward the end of the month, because that will have been a total of about 6 weeks, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if Delaney or Cole, both of whom I think are still on, have anything to say or add or ask about that.
Not. We'll have another chance to talk to them before before the end of the month. So I think, given the time of night, I think we should move on from this one. We spent a long time talking about it last time, and we'll have another bite at the apple before we have to line up our next topics. So I would move us on to agenda item number 14, which is to set the agenda for the April 29th meeting. So I see that we have on here, this would be our formal, if we keep the May 7th date, that would be our formal public information session. So it would take the place of town meeting night for the FY21 budget. So at that stage, it would be set for what is on the ballot, but that would be the public information night before the vote. Is that correct, David?
Yep.
Okay.
And we should push back in number 11. We would likely have legal guidance on that social media communication.
Okay.
We wanted guidance on.
Great.
I think
I would also just, until we're sort of through this, I think it would probably, if it's okay, I would like to add COVID-19 as kind of a standing item, just to talk about where we are. I don't know if we could add that as a standing item under the superintendent's report.
that's fine, Bridget. Yep.
Thank you for that. Any other thoughts about the April 29th agenda?
Well, and is the city school question still going to be a standing item under the superintendent's report too?
Well, City School Collaboration has its own agenda item. It's number
Sorry, I
7.
just saw it. Yep.
No problem. Thanks.
No worries. Okay. Are there any other changes or suggestions for that? Hearing none, I'll move us along. Future agenda items, I would propose we move right past this tonight, just given the hour of the night.
I second that.
Talk about this at the next regular board meeting. Did anyone have any questions on accounts payable order number 35?
I had none.
Okay. Seeing none, I'll take a motion
I
to
have
adjourn.
one. I want to.
Oh, yeah.
So you do have the agenda for April 6th, Bridget, and I did want to allude to the fact that I don't know, we don't have to make a decision now, but this was currently warned for action, and I'm not sure where the board is. Delina and I did talk with Donna, actually asked, we could go to the 13th. So you could, if you're feeling rushed for the April 6th, you could go to Monday, April 13th. So again, I don't need an answer unless you want to give me that. We could, I'm proposing the 13th be a special meeting to hire, for the board to take action on the Rick Marcotte Central School principal position. That could be fairly short, obviously, but if you wanted to also add adoption of the budget, that may give you a little bit of additional time. I'm just wondering about that option for you.
I feel this is, maybe we should all just say where we are. I feel like we're pretty close to having a recommendation from you, given we've given, I think, fairly clear guidance. I think there may still be some discussion on the 6th about, exact line items that may be in or out of that budget, but we're pretty close to narrowing those down to a handful of items, I think. And so my opinion, and I would love to hear from all of the other 4 board members, is that I think that we would be pretty close to being ready on the 6th. And if we really are trying to still aim for a May 7th meeting, having it warned earlier or having it moved earlier would be better than pushing it out to the very last meeting that we possibly could, just because it gives us more time to, get information out about what's going to be on the ballot. It gives the city clerk longer to, get prepared for that election if we're going to continue with it. So I would still hope that we could move on Monday, but that's my personal opinion. The 13th, I am very excited about the potential for having the Rick Marcotte principle wrapped up. So I would say I would be in favor of having a very short special meeting on April 13th to approve that position if we're in a position to do so. So I'd love to hear from others.
Yeah, Bridget, this is Elizabeth. I would incur that we're going to assume we're going to move forward in May on a vote at this point. So barring any information that we might find out to the contrary, I would still propose we shoot to get a good month advance on the budget.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, so I would just encourage everyone, if there are any other specific thoughts that you'd like to see in the recommendation from David, to sort of reach out to him by email or something, just to if you had any further thoughts before Monday, so that he can be prepared, for some of those questions or thoughts to address them at that meeting. So if there's any backup information that anybody needs, to be ready to make a decision on the 6th about the final number and the final budget. It'd be good to get that to David sooner rather than later.
Yeah, David, Mondays are hard for me. I can make it, but if we were to put it off a week, I would hope that we could do it on a Wednesday. Wednesdays are much more manageable for me.
Problem with Wednesday, the 13th is the Monday, and then we get into all kinds of holiday related issues, and that's why 13th was picked. When we get into then the 14th and beyond, we get into some holidays that are problematic to hold a public meeting. So what I'm hearing is we're going to stick with the 6th, and people will get me feedback. I know that's maybe a hardship for you, Alex, but that's I think where I'm hearing the board rest at this moment.
I can manage that.
Okay. So do I have, am I ready now to ask for a motion? To adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you,
Bye.
everybody. Thanks.
Bye,
for
everybody.
bringing
Thank
us
you.
up. Thank you. Good night, everybody.